2023, let's talk about that as a whole to begin with, Dave. It's been a bit of an up and down year. Is that fair for you and Liam?
I think it's really been mostly an up year. I think the down part is the fact that he got injured. So in the final of BL, the wrist, which had been hurting him all week, but in the final really broke down. And he took 3 weeks to try and get it ready for Banjaluka, and we went there, and it pretty much held up for 2 matches, and then in the third match, it started to hurt again. Plus, he started to feel his ab a little bit there, so we took a longer time out, a month, and came back this week to Tunisia, and yeah, I mean the conditions were very difficult. It was very windy. We'd had a lot of rain, and it really was not one of his best matches for sure.
So how is the wrist right now?
Basically has the same problem as Emma Raducanu, and the surgeon has said with a situation like this, it's all about whether you can manage it and the level of pain that you can manage, or it's pain or discomfort. And if you can keep it at a level where you can play, you're not going to do any further damage. You just can either play on it or you can't. And right now, Liam feels that he's doing a lot of different wrist exercises and managing it, and the discomfort level is easily manageable for him. So it's not affecting his play. It's not perfect, but it's definitely not stopping him from playing full out. And I think.
Go on, David.
Sorry, I think just on, obviously, although Tunisia was not a good match and having been out for 4 weeks, the good thing is the body came through intact.
Does the timing of this have an impact on decisions regarding the injury? For example, we've got the French Open qualifiers beginning at the beginning of next week, and we've also got Wimbledon not that far away. Home territory, also familiar territory in terms of success last year, being Diego Schwartzman among others. Does that play an impact in terms of the physical situation with Liam right now?
I mean, certainly it's not a time of year that he wants to miss, and I think the other thing that's even more prevalent is the fact that he's not defending a lot of points, and he wasn't on the clay, and unfortunately he's basically going to play 3 tournaments on clay. That's it, which is a shame, because after BL he was in a very, very good position to move his ranking forward towards top 100, and through the whole summer he really has an opportunity. So in terms of timing of when this has happened, it's never good timing to have an injury. But for the window of opportunity that he has had for the clay, but now for the rest of the clay, the French and grass and the hard courts in America, is quite a big opportunity. So if he can manage it throughout the summer, that would be advantageous. He might be able to manage it for the rest of his career. But if it does break down again, then we're going to have to look at wrist surgery.
Yeah. What's the situation? When is Liam going to be playing his first round? It'll either be Monday or Tuesday. Am I right?
That's correct. They split the draw, so it depends where he comes out in the draw, which they do, I think, at 3:00 tomorrow.
Okay. In terms of other big names or familiar names in the qualifying draw, of course, Jan-Lennard Struff is someone that would immediately spring to mind, but because he shot up the rankings, he's a a barrier, if you like, that won't be in Liam's potential way, which is, I'm sure, a relief to everyone, just in terms of how well he's been playing recently, Jan-Lennard. What other names perhaps could and should we look out for in the qualifiers?
I think Reedy, if he plays well,
Yeah,
who Liam played earlier in the year, is
Australia,
dangerous.
right?
Yeah. I would say, really and truthfully, any player ranked between 110 and 200, 230, which is sort of the cuts 240. I don't think anybody there can be termed as an easy match. I don't think it really exists. So I think you have to just go in and see everybody as dangerous, but including Liam. Liam is very dangerous for anybody as well. So we don't really look at the names that are there, because you just have to play who shows up on the day. And, they could be ranked 110 and play like, 250 on the day, or they could play like 50 on the day.
Yeah.
So, the margins are very, very small, as you well know. So it's not about picking certain names, because that never works. And if you pick certain names and then you have to play them, kind of set this thing in your head that, they're very dangerous. I think you just got to focus on what you're doing and the fact that, you're dangerous.
Well, 2023, let's talk about that as a whole to begin with, Dave. It's been a bit of an up and down year. Is that fair for you and Liam?
I think it's really been mostly an up year. I think the down part is the fact that he got injured. So in the final of BL, the wrist, which had been hurting him all week, but in the final really broke down. And he took 3 weeks to try and get it ready for Banjaluka. And we went there, and it pretty much held up for 2 matches. And then in the third match, it started to hurt again. Plus, he started to feel his ab a little bit there. So we took a longer time out, a month, and came back this week to Tunisia. And yeah, I mean, the conditions were very difficult. It was very windy. We'd had a lot of rain. And it really was not one of his best matches, for sure.
So how is the wrist right now?
Basically has the same problem as Emma Raducanu. And the surgeon has said with a situation like this, it's all about whether you can manage it and the level of pain that you can manage, or it's pain or discomfort. And if you can keep it at a level where you can play, you're not going to do any further damage. You just can either play on it or you can't. And right now, Liam feels that he's doing a lot of different wrist exercises and managing it. And the discomfort level is easily manageable for him. So it's not affecting his play. It's not perfect, but it's definitely not stopping him from playing full out. And I think.
Go on, David.
Sorry, I think just on, obviously, although Tunisia was not a good match and having been out for 4 weeks, the good thing is the body came through intact.
Does the timing of this have an impact on decisions regarding the injury? For example, we've got the French Open qualifiers beginning at the beginning of next week, and we've also got Wimbledon not that far away. Home territory, also familiar territory in terms of success last year, being Jacob Schwartzman among others. Does that play an impact in terms of the physical situation with Liam right now?
I mean, certainly it's not a time of year that he wants to miss. And I think the other thing that's even more prevalent is the fact that he's not defending a lot of points, and he wasn't on the clay, and unfortunately Basically, you're going to play 3 tournaments on clay. That's it, which is a shame because after BL, he was in a very, very good position to move his ranking, forward towards, top 100. And, through the whole summer, he really has an opportunity. So in terms of timing of when this has happened, it's never good timing to have an injury. But for the window of opportunity that he has had for the clay, but now for the rest of the clay, the French and grass and the hard courts in America, is quite a big opportunity. So if he can manage it throughout the summer, that would be advantageous. He might be able to manage it for the rest of his career. But if it does break down again, then we're going to have to look at wrist surgery.
Yeah. What's the situation? When is Liam going to be playing his first round? It'll either be Monday or Tuesday. Am I right?
That's correct. They split the draw, so it depends where he comes out in the draw, which they do, I think, at 3:00 tomorrow.
Okay. In terms of other big names or familiar names in the qualifying draw, of course, Jan-Lennard Struff is someone that would immediately spring to mind, but because he's shot up the rankings, he's a barrier, if you like, that won't be in Liam's potential way, which is, I'm sure, a relief to everyone, just in terms of how well he's been playing recently, Jan-Lennard. What other names perhaps could and should we look out for in the qualifiers?
I think Reedy, if he plays well, who Liam played earlier in the year, is
Australia,
dangerous.
right?
Yeah. I would say, really and truthfully, any player ranked between 110 and 200, 230, which is sort of the cut 240. I don't think anybody there can be termed as an easy match. I don't think it really exists. So I think you have to just go in and see everybody as dangerous, but including Liam. Liam is very dangerous for anybody as well. So we don't really look at the names that are there because you just have to play who shows up on the day. And, they could be ranked 110 and play like, 250 on the day, or they could play like 50 on the day. So, the margins are very, very small, as you well know. So it's not about picking certain names because that never works. And if you pick certain names and then you have to play them, kind of set this thing in your head that, they're very dangerous. I think you just got to focus on what you're doing and the fact that, you're dangerous.
Well, 2023, let's talk about that as a whole to begin with, Dave. It's been a bit of an up and down year. Is that fair for you and Liam?
I think it's really been mostly an up year. I think the down part is the fact that
the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport, but secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another teammate and you cannot call for it, if you like, but there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again, in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know what whether that what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is,
yeah,
I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport, But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a
Yeah,
team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you
yeah,
cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty. Okay, and you can
yeah,
still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You
yeah,
just hit it as hard as you can, and actually probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No, no. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah,
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
yeah,
You're thinking serve and volley both.
okay,
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
mm-hmm.
Now I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah,
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is,
yeah,
I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There are the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like. The two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky, and of course that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay, and you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah. And
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, mm-hmm. But when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second
Mm-hmm.
of every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you, and that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously helps with ranking and why certain players are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground,
actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Something is better, something is worse. Of course, when Rafael arrived in the ATP Tour, he was really young. He was 16 years old, and of course, he was not well done in this moment. Then, during many years, he improved. When you watch the first Rafael Nadal in Roland Garros, it's not the same than the Rafael Nadal in 2008 or in 2010. I think the best player was in this moment, 2008, 2010, because he was young, he has power, he has a good decision.
The Madrid Open final on Sunday between the top seed and defending.
Ready. Play.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Here in Germany, it's 5:15. Let me know in the live chat where you are tuning in from, and also let me know what you thought of today's women's semi. Women's semi? By the way, you should count how long it is before I make a mistake. So far, I think I got to 20 seconds before I made my first mistake, but I'm sure it won't be the last. So yeah, here in Germany, it's just gone 5:15. Let me know where you are tuning in from. And like I said, let me know what you thought of today's women's final. Also, give me some thoughts on the men's final, which will obviously be taking place tomorrow, as it is here at the moment in Germany. We'll be doing a little bit of a preview on that as well, but the most part, we'll be talking about the women's final. Let me know your thoughts on that. Hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. And we now have the option of joining the channel as a member. You can click join on the link below and you will get a few little perks, bonuses, and benefits, such as the opportunity to use emojis in the live chat, but also potentially exclusive footage for your members only. Anyway, women's final. Wow, wow, wow. It lived up to the hype and the expectations. Sometimes these events don't, but this one undoubtedly did. Won in 3 sets by Aryna Sabalenka. She wins her first Grand Slam title. I've got little goose pimples as I say it because she's been knocking at the door for a few years now, winning Masters 1000s, getting to Grand Slam semifinals such as Wimbledon, such as the US Open in the past, but not being able to go over that line, so to speak, twice at the US Open, I believe. But finally, she did so today. But boy, was she made to work for it by Aryna Rybakina. And boy, did on occasions she make things a little bit difficult for herself in that final game. Regarding the final as a whole, and then I'll go through it bit by bit, for me, it's the best final on the women's side we've had for a couple of years, at least since the French Open of 2021, in my opinion, the final between Pavlyuchenkova and Krejcikova. And arguably, in terms of quality, we'd probably even have to go back to maybe even the US Open final of 2020, perhaps between Osaka and Azarenka, but definitely it beats hands down any final that we had last year. We only had one 3-set final last year, and that was at Wimbledon, and I think it was a good final and probably the best final of last year, but this one was the tops, the absolute tops. It had quality. It had twists and turns and drama. And it had also the story of one of the two players never having won a Grand Slam before. And you never know. You never know whether the opportunity is going to arise again. You just don't know. And I do think, had she not won it, especially trying to serve for it, this could have become a thing. Now she's got one, by the way. Now she's got a slam title, Aryna Sabalenka. To be honest with you, the sky's the limit. She could go on and win 2, 3, 4, or 5. And I think now it could be just one of those situations of breaking through the barrier. I remember, and I'm going off at a tangent here, I remember Michael Schumacher knocking at the door for Ferrari year after year after year. And it was so tantalizingly close. And so many times, there'd be mistakes from Michael. There would be mistakes from the team. There'd be incidents going on. And it just wasn't happening for one reason or another. Once they went through the barrier, oh boy, it became 5 years, 6 years of domination. I'm not predicting the same for Aryna Sabalenka, but I do think now she's got through it, she may well go on to win many more. Had she not won one, I think she could well have finished on 0 had she not won today. For example, I can see some comments in the live chat. Brian, great to see you on board. I will address these at the end. So I'll just put this little thing up there for you anyway. But I will address some of these points alone. By the way, James, nice to see you as well. Hit that like button. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe. And feel free, by the way, to send in a super chat to help support the channel. Listen, let's get some tweets up on the screen for you to give you a little bit of a flavor as to some of the things that went down today. I love this response here from Aryna. She sent the first tweet she sent in about 2 or 3 weeks. And by the way, she's on an unbeaten streak now of, I believe, 11 matches, having won 4 in Adelaide and now 7 in Australia. 7 at Melbourne, both being in Australia. I do know my geography. So she had so many congratulatory tweets from Coco Gauff, from Pam Shriver, I know. We've got one here from Rod Laver as well. Bianca Andreescu here saying, well deserved. And now, by the way, I guess no sugar helped. So I guess that she was probably on a little bit of a diet during the tournament to cut out sugar. And boy, did she reap the rewards today. And we can see it here. And she says, by the way, now I'm going to make up for it. So I said that obviously she had plenty of people congratulating her, such as Rod Laver, Pam Shriver. By the way, her coach in tears. How emotional was that? Because as this tweet here from Gaspar says, there was a moment, this is quoting Sabalenka, there was a moment last year when he said, her coach, I think I'm done. I can't give you anything else. And Sabalenka told her coach, no, it's not you. We just have to work through these tough moments and we'll come back stronger. And of course, what she's referring to, what they're both referring to, is a year ago, the yips. We saw it on the double faults. Double fault after double fault after double fault, easily reaching double figures for most of her matches. And that was happening in Australia. Adelaide was horrible. Australian Open, Melbourne wasn't much better. But boy, oh boy, has she come back. I remember after her match with Pliskova at the US Open, there'd been a lot of progress since the Australian Open, getting as far as the semifinals in New York, for example. And after her quarterfinal win over Pliskova, she did say, I've been with a biomechanics coach. We've changed a few things. Mentally, she felt much better. And since that US Open run, I would even say the turning point for Sabalenka was during that tournament when she was facing match points, a double breakdown as well to Kai Kanepi. She won that match incredibly, including a net cord. She gets to the semi-final. She puts in a really good tournament, in my opinion. Doesn't quite work for her there. She has a great WTA finals in Fort Worth, beating Iga Swiatek on the way to getting the final. She continued that form into the new year. Why I predicted her to win this tournament. I did have 1 or 2 last-minute doubts this morning, though, as she was going into that final. I thought maybe Rybakina's nerve will hold. And after Rybakina won the first set, I started to doubt even more, but boy, did she come back and prove both herself and many of the other doubters wrong. Congratulations here from Billie Jean King as well. There's a nice image of Billie there in between the 2 finalists and their trophies. Okay, let's talk about the match. So, first game, by the way, the first game of the match. What Aryna Sabalenka serving, double fault, ace, backhand winner. That was the first 3 points. And I think I wrote in the live chat on the channel, so on brand, because those are the three things. And by the way, it kind of continued today. She double faulted 5 times in that first set, probably because she was taking a risk on the second serve rather than because of any anxiety. But still, as her fans must have been having kittens, and I'm sure that continued throughout the match. But she was taking a risk on the second serve, and I think she ultimately paid, the positive reward for that. She reaped the positive reward for that. But what a backhand day it was for Aryna Sabalenka and winners in general. 51 winners from her racket today. Unbelievable. And for that reason alone, she deserves the title. By the way, I watched Gil Gross earlier on today. He said it's the game, by the way, where... Okay, I'll get to Gil Gross's comment in a second because that's about the third set. First set, Rybakina strikes first with a break. Sabalenka breaks back. Rybakina breaks again, takes the first set. Rybakina looking solid. Maybe a little bit of shakiness from Sabalenka. And you're starting to think maybe today is not going to be Aryna's day. But Aryna fought back. This is a different Sabalenka to the one from 12 months ago. She fights back. She wins the second set. And then in the third set, at 3 games all. And she was knocking on the door. It was Sabalenka who was knocking at the door in that third set, by the way. So, fully deserved. And the return game at 3-all, Gil Gross said today, it's one of the greatest return games he has ever seen. Hats off. I mean, there wasn't much Rybakina could do. Then, the final game. That final game, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, oh boy. So, what do I mean? 4 championship points. Ghosty there. So I just seeing your comment. Yeah, everyone, by the way, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. I will be addressing all of the comments I can see in the live chat very shortly. So keep pumping them in, asking questions. Give me your thoughts on today's women's final, but also tomorrow's men's singles final as well. I will be addressing that shortly. So the final game for the match. Sabalenka, she's serving for it at 5-3, I think it was. 5-4. She's serving for it. And, of course, on her first championship point, you know what's going to happen. I don't even need to tell you. Even if you didn't watch the match, you know she double faults. And it's back to deuce. I think it was 40-30, and she double faults at that point. Double fault. She then ekes out 2 more championship points. Doesn't take advantage. And by the way, this is the 4th time that these 2 players have met, and each match has gone to 3 sets. Each match was tight in the 3rd set. This time, however, and the 4th time of asking, including a break point for Rybakina, Sabalenka held her nerve, winning the final set 6-4. Ironically, that is the scoreline that she lost each and every one of her 3rd sets in the Grand Slam semifinals I touched on before. She'd lost 3 out of 3.
Ready? Play.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you may be. My name is Jakub Bobro. I will be joining you for this women's semifinal 1 live commentary. We're getting a brilliant match between Aryna Sabalenka and Karolina Muchova, one of potentially the best matches of the tournament. I think it will be, I hope, very exciting. My co-host Miles is yet to join us, so I will be, I guess, trying to fly solo until he gets here, commentating on the match, interacting with the comments. So hit me up for whatever you would like to discuss between the commentary. It is a very, very exciting matchup between with Sabalenka sort of ripping through this draw. She had a bit of a maybe tricky matchup in, emotionally, but maybe not quite on the court against Kostyuk, which she ripped through 6-3, 6-2, got through Shimanovic, got through Rakhimova. Where I thought she might have trouble was against Sloane Stephens, but that didn't turn out to be that difficult of a match either. Coming through in straight sets, coming through Svitolina in straight sets as well. Muchova, though, has much more variety than those two players, than Sloane and Svitolina, who are very solid counter punchers. But with Muchova, she like her style is almost more of like a men's player. Like she's the forehand is very powerful. She has slice, she has drop shots, she has solid net play. So I think that she'll be able to mix it up a bit, maybe pull off the upset like I predicted. But still, Sabalenka on her day can blow anybody away. So we will just have to wait and see. I think the match is about to start shortly. We have had the warm-ups, we've had the introductions to all of it. So here we go. It will be Sabalenka to serve. Don't I think Muchova's strength is well matched for Sabalenka and therefore vulnerability? I mean, I think that Sabalenka can hit through anybody. I think the fact that Muchova can slow the ball down and make it faster, make it sort of lower for Sabalenka, more of an uncomfortable height. I think those may be the factors here. But Sabalenka serve +1, Muchova very defensively, and she, oh my god, on the overhead, she hits the tape and it goes over for the very first point. So Sabalenka with the luck on her side to start this match. Very funny. All right, 15 love. First serve goes out wide. So she will go to the second serve. 182 kilometers on that first serve. She can really launch it. Second serve, double fault, went long. All right, kind of a shaky start maybe from Sabalenka. I mean, almost missing an overhead, now double faulting. We will see. Seems to take a deep breath as she steps up for the 15-all point. Almost no break between the points after the double fault. She goes down to T, gets that one in. And a serve +1. Once again, the forehand barely got back by Muchova, and that sailed long. 30-15. So regains maybe some confidence with that point. Forgets the double fault real quick. Anyone that tries to battle with someone with aggression will come to regret. I mean, you sort of have to pick your points. You have to be able to put a point away against Sabalenka when you get the opportunity, because clearly just defending like we've seen Svitolina do doesn't work out for you. Beautiful winner, cross court from Sabalenka, 40-15. She will be very, very tough to beat. I mean, you sort of have to hope that she is missing if you're trying to beat her at all, because when she's not missing, I don't think anybody can beat her on the women's tour right now. I had some doubts maybe about the clay. But yeah, she has really just swept all of that away. And she ends with an ace to win the first game, 1-love. So despite a double fault, despite maybe some shakiness at the start, very, very solid hold at the end. Valenka, yeah. Obviously, we had Klepova, which everybody thought was impossible for Maria Sharapova to be an effective clay player, and she ended up being almost her best surface in terms of the results. But by the very end, here we go with Muchova to serve now. I think maybe they're serving into the sun off of that side. She just sort of tossed it. It looked quite bright, but let's see. Muchova's first serve, way long. Oof, way long. Like midway between the service line and the baseline. That was rough. Hits the second though. Sabalenka tries to go down the line, but misses. 15-love for Muchova. Muchova hits the first serve. Sabalenka returns, goes inside, out forehand down the line. Sabalenka gets it back and Muchova misses it into the net. 15-all. With Muchova, though, I mean, she is bidding for a very weird statistic. She's bidding to be the third Czech unseeded finalist in the last 5 years, which is a wild statistic, of course, started by Markéta Vondrousová in 2019, followed up by Barbara Krejčíková in 2021, who went on to win the whole thing. Muchova could become the third one in 5 years to be both Czech and unseeded, which is wild considering that they only had 2 previous finalists from the Czech Republic in the Open era, if I remember correctly. 30-15 now for Muchova. Do I put Muchova in the same category as Ons? Muchova's serve misses. I don't think that she's quite on the level of Ons. I think that she's on the level of variety of Kasatkina maybe, but she's also a more powerful shot maker than Kasatkina. Maybe not quite as strong on the movement and all of that. Beautiful slice from Muchova, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. She just goes slice down the line. Sabalenka is reaching for it, misses that forehand. 40-15. The Czechs are producing so much talent on the women's side. Yeah, they are like a factory out there. It is insane. Trust me, in Slovakia, we just watch over the border and just hope that they maybe, I don't know, throw some of their talents over or something. That's probably our best hope at this point. 40-15 for Muchova. First serve cross. Sabalenka returns well. Once again, with the slice, Sabalenka hits a slice back on a sort of approach shot. But yeah, that's a winner. Gets it down to 40-30. And that was, yeah, I didn't see that coming from Sabalenka. Muchova didn't see that coming from Sabalenka. Just an interesting sort of angled slice that ends up being a winner. 40-30 for Muchova. Serve down the tee, but that was wide. Sabalenka missed the return, but we go second serve for Muchova here. Down the tee on the second, Sabalenka returns down the middle. Muchova goes inside it for him, but that was a long shot before that from Sabalenka, so she seals the game. We stay on serve. 1-1. Slovakia is basically Slovenia. Well, yeah, not unfortunately not. Yeah, no sea access. Much further from, the Balkans as a whole. More frigid, I guess, in the winter, I assume. Sabalenka serving at 1-1. Goes out wide. Great return from Muchova to even get it back like that. And she's been playing solid defense so far. Still in the rally here. They go cross-court forehands. Sabalenka sets up a backhand cross. Muchova slices, pushes her back to the baseline. But looked like Sabalenka's backhand cross there hit the line and sort of had a weird bounce that threw Muchova off on her timing as she was attempting a slice there. Oh, yeah, that wasn't actually near a line at all. It just sort of died. It was a very weird ball. I don't know what happened there. It just didn't bounce. 15-love. She goes out wide again, and Muchova misses the return. Sabalenka, 30 love serving. Out wide again. Return pushes her back. As she goes long on the forehand here, she just tries to launch from every single ball. Sometimes when when Muchova can actually slow it down a bit for her, where this was basically like a slice forehand that sailed quite close to the baseline and pushed her back, made her sort of work her feet, but gave her nothing to sort of go off of. That may be an interesting ball to try. Just force Sabalenka to generate all of the power. And yeah, she goes long again off of the +1 backhand. So it was sort of maybe like a tough position closer to the body, but not a ball that she misses often at all. 30 all. Sabalenka way long on the first serve. Second serve, topspin. Muchova runs it around to hit the forehand. They go cross, slice, rally. Muchova goes down the line with it. Sabalenka gets it back well. Cross, sort of semi-drop shot from Muchova, but Sabalenka is already there. Puts over a lovely slice drop shot down the line to punish it. Yeah, a second slice backhand winner already. Her first drop shot winner, but the second one hit with like a with a slice. Misses the first serve in the net here, 40-30. Kicks the ball away accidentally, so she has a longer break between the serves here, which I have always hated when I used to play. I just wanted to go bang bang, 2 quick serves, never wanted a break in between. Top spin, that was a beautiful second serve. Heading onto the court, just once again starts pummeling her, starts getting into the baseline, and Muchova, she's trying to play some great defense, but once again, Sabalenka just steps in and punishes it with a winner, 2-1. I don't play anymore. I stopped playing when I was 17 because I wasn't that good, and it was sort of too much time and money to keep investing into something that wasn't going to turn into like a career of any sort. Anyway, we've got the changeover here. Players are taking a break. We're going to take a break as well.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
So we have Muchova, 15 love lead, and a 30 love lead now after that ace. Yeah, so the first was like an unreturned serve, second one an ace. So Muchova showing that she also has a serve that she could play with. Yeah, I have thought about picking it up again. It is sort of difficult to try and organize. Plus, I've had some back issues. But yeah, hoping that I can get into it maybe at some point this year. Muchova, 30 love. Goes body serve. But Sabalenka reacts well. She has been getting down to that slice and slicing back a lot. And Muchova here tries to go down the line with the forehand and misses wide. 30-15. Inside out serve from Muchova. Goes inside out forehand down the line after Sabalenka returns well, but Sabalenka's lob or sort of get back sails long. 40-15. I spoke to Barty's agent the other day. You have some wild connections, honestly. Also, like Barty, does Barty still have an agent like actively? Because like, what is she doing now in the retirement that she needs an agent for? Alexa Blanca's kit. Muchova's colors are better. Yeah, I like that red. Goes body serve again, but that one goes long on the first serve. 40-15. So second serve now. Ooh, and that's one serve that she cannot give. Her second serve sort of just spun in almost and straight into the forehand. Sabalenka just cracks it cross court, punishes it. 40-30. First serve, and I think we're seeing some wind. Had to recatch that toss. I think that was a let on the first serve there. First serve returned well by Sabalenka, goes backhand cross return, and Muchova can't handle it into her backhand, puts that one long, and it's deuce. Big point here. Muchova really needs it. She can't really afford going down a early break. First serve goes out wide. Sabalenka hits once again a great backhand return. As Muchova was trying to serve in volleys, Muchova can barely get that volley and it sails long. But what a return once again. You cannot hit into that forehand. My goodness. And it's advantage Sabalenka. Break point early here. Muchova to Barty. I mean, I guess I can kind of see it. She is not as good of a net player as Barty is, even though she's a lot better than most of the WTA. And yeah, I mean, like they are quite different players outside of just like both having some nice variety in their game. Oh, and an ace down the line, beautiful. Muchova's second ace of the game gets it back to deuce. Muchova misses that first serve down the tee, very long. 7 winners to 0. Yeah, that's that tells you everything. I mean, Sabalenka is just launching off of every single ball. Goes body serve with the second. Sabalenka hits the forehand once again, and Muchova hits the subsequent forehand into the net, giving her a second break point already. Yeah, I think Muchova just needs to go into the backhand down the tee from the deuce side every time, because the forehand returns are absolutely murdering her. Advantage Sabalenka. Body serve with the first serve, and then she hits the net on the approach board. The tape, it bobbles up, and Sabalenka hits the next shot into the net. So we're back to deuce, but it does look to be quite windy at this point. So we'll see how that sort of affects the match. Sabalenka getting some clay out of her eyes right now before this next return. But yeah, you can just see on Muchova's skirt just flying around. Tries to sort of spin that first serve in, but still goes long. Yeah, now we get a lovely shot of the flowers also shaking in the wind. Very prolonged one. Tennis Channel just didn't show me the second serve because we had too long of a shot of flowers. Anyway, Sabalenka finds herself at the net. I didn't see the first half of this point, unfortunately. Muchova hits a very, very nice shot to put her in a difficult position on the backhand volley. And she misses it wide. So we're at advantage Muchova here. Muchova goes out wide. Backhand cross rally. She goes down the line. Muchova does. Slices to the backhand side again. And Sabalenka's backhand after that goes long. And we have 2-2. Muchova weathers the storm. Both the wind and 2 break points to keep it on serve. 21 minutes in, 4 games. Sabalenka, I think this is going to be like one of the best matches. Sabalenka's grunt and energy. Yeah, I'm watching it without the sound, so I'm losing that aspect of it entirely. As she goes off this first serve, returned well by Muchova, but put in a tough position with the backhand. She slices back to Sabalenka's backhand, and she takes it way long down the line, left 15. Yeah, that's what it felt like, a very, very long shot of the flowers. Then we even went outside to the Philippe Chatrier sign, and then we just cut back, and Sabalenka's at the net. And she misses the next shot. It was yeah, tough. But love 15 for Sabalenka here as she serves. Serves to Muchova's backhand, but long. Goes backhand again. Muchova sort of went aggressive with the position, was inside the baseline. But the serve was a bit too high for her off of the backhand as she tried to go down the line with it. Hits the net. 15 all. Let on the first serve. Powerful first serve down the tee, returned well by Muchova. She's defensive of slicing off of the backhand side, tries to go down the line with a forehand from a sort of open, deep position, but that sails long. 30-15, Sabalenka. Serve out wide from Sabalenka. Muchova returns it long, 40-15. down the tee, and Muchova cannot return that one, just hits it into the net. A very, very solid hold once again from Sabalenka. And we will just have to wait and see if Muchova can get any action on the Sabalenka serve. That's the biggest question. She has to keep holding her own serve as well. Saving break points. Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle. I don't know. It was always going to be an uphill battle for Muchova here. Sabalenka just being so powerful, you just have to sort of wait out. And hope that she starts missing at some point. Looking forward to the single take tracking shot of Muchova walking to her bench in full Scorsese monologue. Is she hitting at me? At me? Civilization is bleep dying. Call Johnny. I don't know what this is from. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a Scorsese movie. It's just like a massive, like, blind side of mine. Because I haven't seen Taxi Driver, and I have been meaning to see that one for a very long time. What are other Scorsese films? Clearly. I did watch Banshees of Inisherin after that Pegula Collins stream when I was sort of attacked, and Banshees of Inisherin was a very great film. It was beautiful, even on my tiny airplane screen on my flight, which is where I watched it. Funny dialogue at points. It is also like insane, very intense. I have not seen Taxi Driver. I am very sorry. Goodfellas, Wolf of the Wall Street. Wolf of Wall Street I've seen. Anyway, 2-3 Muchova serving. Goes long on the first serve. Down the tee with the second serve. Solid return from Sabalenka, but she misses the next backhand 15-love Muchova. And for Muchova, I think it is just imperative to keep going to the backhand with the serves. Like, even if it feels obvious, like Sabalenka is just killing her with the forehand returns, she just needs to keep going to the backhand over and over. Andy Murray video. I haven't seen that yet, but I will have to check that out. 15-love Muchova. Out wide with the first serve. Sabalenka returns it well though, and then goes along with sort of a baseliner. Yeah, Muchova has just been doing a good job keeping her back close to the baseline with her ground strokes, and that's just what she has to keep going for. Like, Sabalenka is going to launch off every single one, and the further back she is, the worse chance she has. So keep giving yourself that opportunity. 30-love. Down the tee again to the backhand. Goes inside out forehand. Approaches. Sabalenka cannot get to it. And brilliant service game from Muchova so far. 40-love. This is exactly what she needs to be doing. Aggressive to the backhand with the serve. Love to see it. .40-love here. Was going for the backhand again, but misses the first serve into the net. Backhand again, but this was a strong return that she cannot get back off of the slice. 40-15. But yeah, once again, two serves, both to the backhand, both even the second serve being sort of quite maybe risky, and landed close to the service line there. But a lot of topspin on it. Keep her pushed back as much as you can. Goes to the forehand this time, and Sabalenka misses it. 3-3 for Muchova. Uses the out wide serve off of the deuce as a switch up. Maybe notice the slight adjustment for Sabalenka in the position. She is a very smart player. So that's why I sort of have high hopes of her being able to make adjustments like she did here. coming off of a service game where you're facing 2 break points to then come in with this very solid hold. It is impressive for Muchova, and we will see how Sabalenka adjusts, because what can she really do if she has to keep hitting those backhand returns? Sabalenka serves. Was that long? I think, yeah. Misses the. Oh wait, I assume that was a let then initially. Misses the first serve. Spins in the second one. Muchova hits it with a forehand, pushes Sabalenka back for the backhand side. Sabalenka went cross. Muchova went inside out for the winner, but hit it wide. 15 left Sabalenka. Do I know who Muchova's coach is now? I don't. I haven't looked this up. Oh, Kotiza. Yeah. Petra Kvitova's former coach, famously. Oh, hello, Miles? Yeah, you're muted, I think.
That was my own doing. Sorry. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you doing?
Okay, I'm doing pretty good. Sorry for the coming in late. Consider me a NBC Sports tape delay in the United States, because that's what they're keen to do during Roland Garros for whatever reason. So consider me that.
Yes, yeah, they do love doing that. I don't know how many times I've woken up here like 3 and trying to watch a match and then looking for it and it's not there. It's a lot of fun whenever I'm out here during this time of the year.
Yeah. For whatever reason, the French Open coverage is not a priority in the United States. Neither was it for my sleeping schedule, so it's fine. We're all here, though.
30-15. Sabalenka, have you been watching the match so far?
I just started at 3-2. So I think you're just a fraction ahead of me. So if you do more of the play-by-play and I add some color, I think that's perfect.
Sure. Let's do that. 30-15. Sabalenka misses the first serve long. Second serve goes down the tee. Muchova sort of stepped back, looking to take it around. Sabalenka approaches. Good backhand volley to the Muchova backhand, but she lifts it up and Sabalenka misses the overhead cross court. So we have 30 all here.
Opportunity for definitely just seeing that smash. She definitely made a mess out of that one.
Yeah,
a small window of opportunity.
She almost missed an overhead on the very first point. It just made it over, hitting the tape.
Oh wow!
So yeah, some shades of previous Novak Djokovic maybe on the overheads here for Sabalenka.
Have there been any breaks of serve in this first set so far?
No. 2 break points for Sabalenka on Muchova's second service game. She just hit an unreturned serve, 40-30. So game points again. But yeah, this is the closest Muchova has come on the Sabalenka serve so far here.
And this is unprecedented territory for both of them as far as Roland Garros semifinals are concerned. So I think this is an interesting section of the match to join, actually.
Yeah, 40-30 down the tee. Forehand return from Muchova, who goes aggressive with the backhand, approaches. Oh, and she misses the volley into the net. After a very nice approach shot off of the backhand, Sabalenka gets the hold 40-30, but Muchova coming off of a very strong service game and now pushing Sabalenka really to an uncomfortable position for the first time in this match.
You know, there were some moments I watched a lot of Muchova's match against Pavlyuchenkova in the quarterfinal, and I know Muchova gets a lot of credit, as she should, for being an all-court player, but there are some moments when I question, I guess, her forecourt prowess. Not saying it's bad, but it does make me, it's not of the level that makes me consider her a full all-court player, maybe like a Justine Enna or Martina Hingis, like when I think of players that are comfortable from all areas of the court. And I don't think she has a great, I can't think of any outstanding doubles result Muchova has either. At least I can't think of one on top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, like she certainly doesn't play as much doubles as like a lot of the Czechs do in general. I feel like she's sort of like a lower grade version of that, where we were talking about like the Barty comparison earlier, and yeah, for me, Barty was way superior at the net, but Muchova I think is still like quite a bit better than like the average WTA player that we see. When it comes to the net, Sabalenka was just on the wrong side there or something. Oh no, she's running to change her racket here before we start. But yeah, so I think Muchova, like her net game is sort of on the lower point of that, but I think that like her shot making may be on a higher level off of the forehand than some of those other players.
I think she actually has. I'd put her in the better hands category of the top 3 women right now. I think she has better hands than all 3 of them, just about massaging the ball and putting it in the right spot.
Yeah, although Sabalenka has shown some prowess here with the slice as well, as Muchova goes long with the forehand to start her service game here, love 15. But yeah, she had like a slice backhand winner cross court when Muchova was sort of stuck to the spot. She had a drop shot winner earlier, so she has been sort of going toe to toe with Muchova when they have like slice backhand exchanges, which has been interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting that she's been able to incorporate those parts of her game and like have them actually stand out at the same time of improving an area of her game like her serve that she absolutely needed to. So I give her so much credit for what she's been able to do over the past 6 months for sure.
Muchova goes out wide. It was a strong backhand return, but so unlucky. She hits the tape on her forehand, and the tape makes it bounce out, and she's love 30 down here. That's rough. But yeah, I think Sabalenka had a lot of misconceptions around her earlier in her career. Like she said that like a lot of people saw her as like a hardcore expert, like she can't play on clay, but she grew up playing on clay, like most people do in Europe or in Eastern Europe at least. She has had the hands. She's just not had the consistency, and I think that she's really showing all sides of herself in her own court game with this newfound success. On a beautiful backhand winner from Muchova to get up to 15-30. That was a huge point because it would have been almost a guaranteed break. Love 40 down now, but 15-30.
It's so interesting because tennis is one of those things where like if you do something well and it doesn't necessarily result in you winning the point, sometimes it can be questionable like what your thought process was. But if you actually win the point, you become a genius. It's that really fine line. And I feel like Sabalenka is benefiting from that for the past 6 months because for the most part her game is still the same. It's just that some of her more her shots are just landing in more, and I feel like that's intentional. And then sometimes it just is what it is. Like her shots are landing in, so she seems like this incredible force, and she is. But before, sometimes her shots just weren't landing in.
Serve +1 for Muchova here, out wide serve, and then down the line winner to make it 30 all.
How has Muchova's nerves been looking so far in the match?
She has been solid. Like I'm saying, like she saved those break points. She came back great. Love 30 down. She has recovered well here. We have seen a bit of wind at some points, but yeah, it's been good for Muchova so far. Spins that serve, and that was a deep return from. Oh my goodness, deep return from Sabalenka. That Muchova is approaching, and she hits an absolutely brilliant winner. Like what an angle on this sort of inside out down the line sort of forehand here to set up 40-30.
Inside in, I guess. I think that's what you would call that one. I think.
Yeah, sort of. 40-30. Muchova catches the toss, tossing it a bit too forward. I think that she was maybe trying to go for a serve and volley here. And off of the tape, that sails long. Second serve. Second serve into the Sabalenka backhand. And Sabalenka goes wide with the forehand 4-4. A massive thing that I think Muchova has adjusted well is to just keep serving to the backhead, because the game where she was saving the break points, she served like I think 3 times into the Sabalenka forehand, and she killed her with it every single time, just punishing it. So I think keep going to the backhand over and over. Maybe sometimes a switch up when you see Sabalenka adjust. But yeah, 4-4.
Definitely the crux of the first set. I feel like that's one of the best parts of tennis. I feel like 4-all and 5-all are some of my favorite parts of a set, if it gets that far.
High pressure moments, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we have Muchova win the first point here as Sabalenka approached the net and then hits this shot that sort of just bobbles.
Yeah, that was awkward.
Out.
That was an awkward mid-court volley.
Yeah,
I think she got unlucky.
Sort of half volley. Yeah,
she got unlucky. Hit the tape. Right. Yeah. She's been pretty decent with those sometimes. Just sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Yeah, Sabalenka with an serve close to the line here. They go into the backhand exchange. Sabalenka forehand cross. Muchova gets there, but hits it into the net. 15-all.
Does Muchova seem overpowered at any point during this match? I keep on asking about Muchova.
Well, I mean, like she is getting closer on the serving games of Sabalenka now, but the first couple were just Sabalenka killing her. Strong serve, and it just steps inside the baseline or close to it, and just punishes every single ground stroke. So Muchova was playing some quite deep defense. I think she's stepping up now off of the returns, and she approaches here. Sabalenka backhand, and that was out, I think. Yeah, 15-30. Muchova once again with an opportunity here.
The two haven't played since 2019 at the WTA Elite Trophy in Zhuhai. So, and that was a tough two-setter that went the way of Sabalenka. So there's a little bit of groundwork for a tough match. It's just been a while on a different surface too. So.
Yeah, Sabalenka down the tee here. Muchova, great return and approaches and hits the forehand volley winner. 15-40 break points for Muchova for the first time in this match. And these are the high pressure moments. These are the huge points. And Muchova just absolutely keeping her cool at the biggest stage of her career here.
I'm trying to think back.
Goes body serve here. Muchova with another solid return as she approaches again. And it's game Muchova. She breaks.
Wow.
She's going to be serving for the set. Who would have seen this coming? Me. I predicted Muchova to win this. But
wow, okay.
the way Sabalenka was serving early on in this match, I did not see Muchova getting much action at all. And here she comes. First break points, first break.
I have to look up I have to do my due diligence to see how Muchova's first Grand Slam semifinal went. I believe she played Jennifer Brady in the semifinal at Australian Open in 2021. Let's go back and see if that went 3 sets or not. Double check.
Can't remember at this point.
Wikipedia will tell me it's good for something. Yeah, so actually she dropped the first set in that semifinal in 2021 against Jennifer Brady. She lost that first set 6-4, and she won the second set 6-3 and lost it in a 6-4 final set. Interesting.
Yeah, so close, but also Sabalenka being so dominant this year compared to Jen Brady, like that is a very different matchup mentally that I think you're going into. Where I think Muchova going into the Brady match may have felt that she was the favorite, may have felt that it was 50-50, and maybe felt some more pressure. Whereas here with Sabalenka has been so dominant that she must feel like she has nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Muchova serving for the set here. goes long with the first serve, and she was actually going to hit it into Sabalenka's forehand. Goes into the backhand with the second serve. Sabalenka hits it flat. Sabalenka starting the slice exchange this time. Hits an awkward forehand, but hits it in, and Muchova's sails long, love 15. This is, I think, the first time that Sabalenka has actually initiated the slicing in the rally, where I think before that she was holding up well against Muchova off of the slices. But yeah, I don't think that I've seen her be the one to start it up.
And if Sabalenka drops his first set, it'll be her first one of the tournament, I believe.
Yeah, first one. Muchova's first serve into the net. Second serve into the backhand. We go cross. Sabalenka goes down the line. Muchova, great forehand to switch it up. Approaches. Sabalenka can just sort of lift it in, and Muchova gets there across, which is not easy, and hits the winner 15-all. But yeah, when the ball is looping like that and you have a long way to get across, she hits that from below the net. That is a technically very, very well hit volley here.
She's so smooth. I feel like she makes some of the hardest shots in tennis look really easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, it reminds me of like Federer a little bit with the smoothness. Obviously not the same level or anything.
I was going to say Navratilova would be proud. I'm sure she loved that point just now.
And Muchova aggressive again, backhand down the line. Sabalenka can't get it back. 30-15, 2 points away from taking the first set here. And yeah, like early on, it was like 7-0 on winners, and now Muchova has 9. She has become so much more aggressive off of the return, so much more aggressive in general in this match. Which, I mean, against Sabalenka is insane to do. Goes down the line into the forehand. Sabalenka takes control of the rally here, and on the approach shot, she hits the winner 30-all. Yeah, stay away from that forehand. I think even if you think it's time to switch it up, she has just punished her with it every single time.
Tight moments.
Yeah, 5-4, 30-all here.
This is what champions are made.
Exactly. She goes into the forehand again, but hits it well enough to really put Sabalenka in an uncomfortable position, approaches off of it, and wins the point 40-30 and the first set point for Karolina Muchova. Great serve. Yeah, that was a great serve too. That's what she really needs to hit if she's going to go into the forehand, like off of the deuce side. Push her out of the court, and then sets it up well with the approach down the line.
Yeah, Sabalenka's corner-to-corner movement has gotten extremely much. It's gotten way better, but still not the shining part of her game. So it can be exposed.
Into the backhand here, we go into a backhand exchange. Sabalenka gets to hit the first forehand, though Muchova, good defensive shot, but Sabalenka hits a winner off of it, and it's deuce. That was a bit of a shaky return there from Sabalenka, but it sort of got lifted up. Muchova could only really sort of lift it back, so go sort of top spin with it off of the backhand side there. Saba lost the return since that dodgy smash. I mean, could be said, but I think she gets rhythm here when she sort of gets to go into her forehand and really take control of the rally that way. Deuce into the forehand again, and not as wide this time. Sabalenka in control of the rally here, goes inside out. Muchova good receiving there, but Sabalenka on the approach shot goes cross court and gets the advantage here. Break point. She needs to stop serving into that forehand. What are you doing? 30-15. Since then, we've seen 3 serves into the forehand, 1 into the backhand, and yeah, advantage Sabalenka.
Sabalenka's coach is always, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say always, but often when I see him, he's so even cool, just calm waters, which is really not something you think of in her game. So I think that's a good juxtaposition between how she plays and how she can look at her box, you know?
Yeah, goes into the backhand here. And Muchova's backhand sails long down the line, 5-all.
Wow.
And was this the opportunity? Can she get back from this?
One set point saved. Yeah, wow. She's a fighter.
For Muchova, my goodness, how tough is it to try and come back for another for another opportunity here? Like that's.
I think we're in for a good one. I mean, I'm not necessarily calling it to go 3, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does. I think Sabalenka realizes the form that she's in, and I was just watching a video the other day about her acknowledging that tattoo on her forearm, and I think she said it was a small reminder of how she wants to fight on court, and then she quickly changed it to like, no, this is actually a large reminder because it's pretty big. So I think she has that built-in notification, I guess, if you will, that hey, this is my opportunity to fight, especially with how well she's been playing.
That's smart. I mean, like when I played tennis, then I would have tattooed like "wake up" on my forearm or something. I think that would have worked great for me. Sabalenka misses the first serve, but wins the point here as she pushes Muchova into the backhand side. It was like a defensive slice into the net. 15-love.
John just said total points win 32-32, I think, before that point.
Yeah. I mean, it's been very even here. It's been a good match. Smart sort of backhand return there from Muchova to lift it up, push Sabalenka back, but Muchova makes the error next anyway. 30-love Sabalenka, and it's sort of these. Yeah, it feels like a hold from early in the set where Sabalenka is just dominant. Goes cross, stronger return from Muchova. She goes with the drop shot and gets it down to 30-15. Ghosty saw Sabalenka's coach do a racist thing in Wuhan many years ago, but he chose to ignore it. Okay.
A keyboard cop.
Keyboard cop, yeah.
Plenty of those.
Sabalenka goes into the Muchova backhand, but Muchova pushes her back once again off of the return. But yeah, when you keep the rally going with her like this, Sabalenka takes control, and she lobs her here, runs around it all the way back to way behind the baseline. Muchova now approaching. Volley. Oh! It was a volley into the center. Sabalenka got it back, and Muchova misses the next one right into the tape, but it stays on her side of the net.
Ah, man.
Very entertaining rally, though.
Good scrambling from Sabalenka, though. Really good scrambling.
Yeah. Kept herself in the point very well, even from that deep position. That is tough to do.
I know she'll want that one back if you're Muchova, though. She'll want that one back for sure.
Yeah, for sure. 40-15 Sabalenka. Misses the first.
Remind me to expand on my theory of the change of ends about Muchova and Grand Slams, because I had a theory that came to my mind last night.
Okay. Sabalenka goes down the tee with it. Oh my god. Muchova comes up with another like strong return. It was approaching off of it. Sabalenka just sort of lifts his backhand back, but Muchova slips, and it's 6-5 Sabalenka. So yeah, what is your theory about Muchova?
I mean, it might be fledgling at this point. Hopefully not, because it's still early going in the match as a whole. I think if Muchova, I can't imagine Muchova having a very long and extended career based off of her injuries. And in thinking about that, I don't think her opportunities to like pick up a slam are going to be aplenty for whatever reason. I could be just making this up, but hey, it's just a theory. So I feel like if she's going to sneak in and be a part of the Grand Slam champion club, it would be now. It would just take a lot of work. Obviously, it looks like she may have to come back from a set and then may have to beat world number 2 and world number 1. But I do think it's her opportunity if she's going to do it, because I can't. With the way women's tennis is shaping up, I can't imagine, unless she just goes on a tear, I can't imagine her having that many more opportunities to get into the Grand Slam club. But because she's only had one WTA title. Her last Grand Slam semi was 2 full seasons ago. In between that time, it's kind of just been stop, start, and I don't know if that's going to change in her career. You know, I think she's a really great player. I just, for whatever reason, some players have an ebb and flow about their careers, and I feel like hers is going to be more of the stop-start variety, which means it's not going to be so much continued like high level of play to get her into Grand Slam semifinals. You know,
I think the exact opposite, and I will expand on that once we get our next change over. As Muchova serves, 5-6 down here, she misses the first serve, long. Gets the second serve into Sabalenka's backhand, pushes her back, approach shot, but Sabalenka goes cross-court winner off of the forehand wing, La 15. Fight. No, so I think Muchova is somebody that very much peaks for the slams. We have seen that throughout her career. Of course, she's here now. She was in the Australian Open semis. She's been to the Wimbledon quarterfinals twice. I think that she has like a decent chance, like when she's speaking for slams like this, at almost like any slam she enters, like across all the surfaces, she has a chance, as she's proving here on clay. So I think that she's just going to, I don't think she's going to be like a consistent top 10 player, but I think she's going to keep getting into these opportunities. And yeah, of course, there are injury concerns, but I think while she's like relatively fit for the next, 2, 3, 4 years, we'll see. I think that I don't know if she's going to win one, but I think that she will sort of keep being like a very dangerous player in that realm.
I can see that
backhand down the line winner here to make it 15-all.
Her body of work is just so interesting, because when she's played well and then she's been on tour, the results have been good, and people recognize her talent. But then it's just been, as soon as I kind of get a feel of where she's going, she kind of goes MIA,
Yeah, and it has been like a lot of injury comebacks, and yeah, that is definitely concerning going forward. Like, she does not want to fumble this chance at all, because she is not promised like another run at all. It's just, I think while she's fit, she's going to have the opportunities. And she goes 30-15 up as Sabalenka missed the return wide and long, I think. And she goes for a big serve here, but misses it narrowly out wide. Second serve at 30-15 for Muchova. Goes into the backhand again. Forehand cross court. Sabalenka gets it back defensively well. Slices again off of the forehand. Muchova drop shot 40-15. Just great point construction. I think once again she's focused on going to the backhand. Sabalenka, even off of that second serve, she doesn't swing for it off of the backhand return like she does off of the forehand. Maybe she should start to sort of punish Muchova that way too. But yeah, she's just going into the backhand, getting into the points, and constructing the points very well to keep Sabalenka moving, keep Sabalenka back while she moves in.
Let's see if we can get into tiebreak town.
Let's hope. Goes long with that first serve. Spins that one. Sabalenka runs it around for the forehand. Approaches with the backhand down the line. Sabalenka hits a very funky forehand into the net, and we're going to tiebreak town indeed, Miles. Let's go.
One of my favorite towns in women's tennis.
The best town, I think. You can't ever stay for too long, but it is always very nice to visit.
Especially in a women's semi. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Between players of this caliber, I'm all for it.
When we're so robbed and only given best of 3 on the women's side,
I know,
five,
man.
like you deserve.
I know.
You just have to hope for these tiebreaks. Make sure and we get as much of it as we can.
I hope one day we're part of the infiltration, I guess, of best of 5 of women's tennis in the second week of a slam. I'm not sure I would love it as far logistically and from a watching standpoint for the first week, but for the second week of a slam, I think women's best of 5 would be fun to watch.
Yeah, I will respond to that after this point. Sabalenka missed the first serve. Muchova goes cross-court with the backhand, and Sabalenka misses the backhand down the line, and she gets a mini break to start. Yeah, I think for me, slams should be to tennis what like NBA playoffs are to like NBA basketball, or like NHL playoffs are to regular hockey. Like it should be the toughest thing to win. So I think having best of 5 across the tournament, I kind of like it, even though logistically it's tough. I would also like us to play like 3 full weekends, Saturday start for the tournament. But
okay,
yeah, so like shorten the 2 previous weeks to make them sort of 6 days each to make it fit. So it's like 2 weeks before Monday to Saturday, then you go Saturday to Friday, then you have a Saturday start at the slam. I think that would be the best thing for tennis. Cross-court forehand rally we have here. Muchova sort of moonballs it down the center of the court. Sabalenka gets it back with a backhand. She approaches now. Muchova does, and Sabalenka misses that shot. 2-0. 2-love for Muchova here.
I think I had Muchova in the semifinals of my fantasy draw. I think I did.
Ooh. I had Begu in the semis.
And Muchova beat Begu in the 3rd round, didn't she?
Yeah. So that was the matchup that I got wrong. I didn't see Muchova being this good.
That could have gone either way, though. I think that could have been tough. Begu's been to the 4th round, I believe, at Roland Garros before.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, I thought she had a chance, but Muchova just dominated her. And yeah, Sabalenka misses the return here. 3-love Muchova.
Wow.
There's Kirsten Flipkins in the crowd fist bumping. Which,
totally,
by the way, that is such a perfect match of coaches. Like it's just amazing.
It makes good sense. Yeah, it does. I don't think Rebel Wilson is in the audience today. I know her and Karolina Muchova
haven't seen her yet.
Have been cited as really good friends.
Sabalenka constructs a great point, goes wide with the with the serve, then down the line, gets herself to the net, wins this point for 3-1. Muchova.
She needed that.
Yeah, definitely, because you lose that point, you're 4 left down, you pretty much pack it in. I think, at least mentally. Huge point here though as well. Wide, wide to the forehand with the serve. Muchova's return just sails long. 3-2 Muchova. And now to like keep up the pressure, you have to win this point. Otherwise, you're going into the changeover having lost all momentum, lost your mini break advantage that you started. It is tough to turn the tide at that point. Muchova hits the tape on that and it goes wide. Second serve here. As I see, we have crossed the 1 hour mark now. 1 hour, 1 minute. What a first serve. What a first set, sorry.
I'm laughing at Ghosty talking about Rebel Wilson.
Second serve into the backhand there. Muchova dictating the point. She approaches and hits a backhand winner to keep it 4-2 on with the mini break for her. Rebel Wilson is half the talent she was a few years ago. 3 full weekends expand field. No, just go best of 5 women throughout to and just sort of have that extra weekend to accommodate that. But yeah, 4-2 into the changeover. How do you see the rest of this shaking out?
I don't rule out a Sabalenka comeback in this first set because I think Muchova has shown she can get a little shaky when it comes to closing out a set or a big moment in a big match. But
and it's just so easy for her to take over for Sabalenka.
Yeah. Sabalenka can just hit one shot and just break open a rally. But I think Muchova's going to squeak this first set out. I think she's going to squeak it out.
I think so as well. I think we're going to get 7-5 Muchova from this point here.
Resno's loving it.
Yeah. Great
You
class.
just showed her on Tennis Channel coverage.
Yeah. Muchova misses that first serve long.
Are you watching on Tennis Channel coverage too, or a different
Yes.
network?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sabalenka hit a forehand return there. She approaches and hits that overhead very confidently for 4-3 to get back on serve. And yeah,
There's
once again,
confident
Muchova
overhead.
choosing to go to the forehand with her serve and being punished for it. It's a bad choice almost every single time. Like the only time she's not been punished is when it was the first serve from the deuce side, sort of forcing her out of the court. But going second serve into Sabalenka's forehand, that is rough. Not a good way to set up the point for yourself. And that was a bad miss from Sabalenka here on the first serve.
Wow, haven't seen a bad serve like that from Sabalenka since Fort Worth. When I call one of her matches in Dallas.
She goes great with the second serve, though. Hits it close to the service line and gets the +1 winner.
That's so bold, man. It kind of reminds me of Sharapova when Sharapova was going through her service issues. She didn't necessarily hit 2 first serves, but she didn't mind going for her second serve, even if the first serve was just a complete mess. You know, she knew her game and she knew what her strengths were, and I feel like Sabalenka does too. She has to go for it. I don't even know if she knows how to just spin in a second serve.
I mean, she tries that sometimes, but like just psychologically, when it's like a big point and you go big with the second serve and you win that point, that is just such a huge moment for you.
Yep.
Sabalenka goes second serve here again. This one more spun in. Muchova tries to launch off of the forehand and I think misses that wide. 5-4 Sabalenka.
Our predictions about Muchova winning his first set are a little in jeopardy.
A little bit, yeah. Let's see if she can hold the 2 points of serve here. But she has to go to the backhand with the serve. You just can't let Sabalenka start with the forehand. Long on the first serve for Muchova. Into the backhand there. Sabalenka goes inside out forehand, but wide. 5-all. Huge point, biggest point of the match so far, pretty much.
5-all in a tiebreak. Ghosty making some good points in the comments. I see that. We can address those later, I guess.
Sure. Muchova again off of the tape and just sails long or wide. That has happened a bunch of times for her in this first set.
Not tape friendly.
No. Strong backhand return from Sabalenka. She goes backhand, forcing Muchova back, but a rough approach shot off of the forehand, and Muchova is 6-5 up with her second set point now on Sabalenka's serve, and that was a huge miss from Sabalenka. That was like you would expect the winner from that, or at least to set up an easy volley winner off of the next shot. Now down set point again. Out wide into Muchova's backhand, but she lifts it so well from that defensive position. They go into backhand exchange. Muchova pulls the trigger down the line, and she wins the first set.
Wow.
7-5 in the tiebreaker.
Isn't that exactly what you predicted? I think this is exactly what you predicted.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Wow.
I'm so upset that I can't bet here in California right now, like I'm used to in the UK, because I would be set from today.
You said you can't celebrate like you would in the UK?
Huh?
Wait, what did you say you can't do in California that you could?
Bet matches, but yeah.
There's no betting in California? Like there's no what is that? What is FanDuel or something?
Yeah, so I'm maybe FanDuel, but like Bet365 I don't have here. And then I think to like sign up for one of the American ones, I would need like American documents or whatever.
Yeah, I just steer clear of all of that. I don't bet on it.
I do enjoy my occasional betting when I'm in the UK. But yeah, what was the point? So representation politics.
Yeah, I think Ghosty was bringing up one of the main. Well, I guess because I'm a listener of the tennis podcast, which I feel like they need to work out a better name to make space for other tennis podcasts. Because what makes them the tennis podcast?
It's too late. I mean, they have been around since like 2012.
They have, but it's still like the overarching dominating title, like the tennis podcast. Sure, like they've been in tennis for a long time. They have it, but I do listen, and I think for a lot of different people, I feel like they shape narratives around what's going on in Grand Slams in particular, and a lot of their commentary has been about a lot of their commentary and commentary at large. From what I've seen on social media, is the women's tennis not getting an adequate shot of primetime matches at the primetime slot at Roland Garros, and I've spoken about this on my Instagram and stuff and Twitter. I think it is an interesting dialogue, and I think Ghosty's made some good points. I just think for people to kind of be for the women to be on par with the men as far as building in tickets, how could we ever expect them to be on par if we don't give them the opportunity to kind of showcase what they have? And then people have said, Maresmo, like we want more representation of women and different ideas from women at the top of really big tournaments and leadership positions in tennis, and we have Maresmo, and that's great. But I wonder how her hands are tied. Like I think her being a woman and being in that position is great, but some people think it's just easy as her being like, oh, I want this match on center court because I'm a woman. I feel like women should get the credit and should get that spot just as men should get it. But I don't think it's that easy. I think there's contracts and ticket sales and transportation, all different kind of things that go into it. But the larger point that is happening from Roland Garros by only showcasing 2 women's matches out of 15 or so night sessions between this season and last season, it doesn't send a great message. And I feel like that's the point Whitaker has trying to bring home, but it's just so nuanced. It's not just, I don't think it's just as easy as put the women on there, but from a moral standpoint, the women should be getting opportunities to showcase, their tour as much as the men get opportunities to showcase their tour. But then, like I said, it's nuanced. The WTA is not in a really great position right now. As far what I can see as being a WTA fan, it doesn't feel like it's in a strong leadership position right now from a lot of different angles.
Yeah, sorry, you're having people talk about like the ATP absorbing the WTA because of their bad leadership and stuff like that.
Yeah,
which to me is a ridiculous notion. Like you can just change the leadership and not kill like all of your history as an independent tour. Which is why you're in the position where you're at in the first place as one of the most successful women's sports. Like, okay, let's be realistic. Ice hockey players don't get paid like this. A lot of the women's footballers don't get paid like this. Like this is
there's
money.
There's women's ice hockey. Is there women's ice hockey? I did not know that.
It has been in a very shoddy situation with trying to set up a league and then a league sort of bankrupting overall. So like most of the ice hockey women players aren't professionals, even though they are like multi-Olympic champions, heroes in Canada and in the US within the ice hockey circles. Like it's. We sometimes forget within tennis like how good of a position it already is. So yeah, when it comes to Maresmo here, I don't know how much say she has in this. It sort of feels like a whole FFT thing. I don't know if Maresmo could just say, okay, we're moving the night session to 7 p.m. We're doing women's matches like it should be, in my opinion. Like that doesn't seem that complicated. Also, if you have one match sucking like you also have had throughout the night sessions this year, it gives you an opportunity with the second match. Like it just seems like a no-brainer.
It seems like
manage the
they aren't.
crowds, invest
Yeah,
a bit into that if that's something you're worried about, like day session ticket holders sneaking into the night sessions and whatnot. Like,
I've been that guy at the U.S. Open. Sorry if anybody's listening to this. I snuck into the last match of Serena's career. I definitely snuck into. Sorry, guilty.
ooh, wow, if you're going to sneak into any match, that's what.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good one, right? I feel like that's a good one. But I don't know if they're even acknowledging the precedent that Australia and the U.S. Open has set for night matches. And I think it's interesting that
it's not like we've not done this before, right?
Yeah.
We see this work
like
at two other slams.
they have two matches that start around 6 p.m. local time, and like there's nuanced ways. Like if they decide to put the men's match first, I feel like that's always a little bit of a risk, but sometimes it works out. And the men's match is a tight 3-setter or a complete blowout, and then you have a women's match to kind of follow up and give the crowd something to work with. But in sports in general, you take a risk every time there's competition being played, because you could get a blowout, you could get something, you could get a thriller. It's all off the cuff. That's what we love about sports. But I personally don't need a night session at all for the French Open. Like time wise, of me being on Central US time, like it works out great because I can probably pay attention to that match the most, especially early on, because the first ball starts at like 4 a.m. here in New Orleans. But Wimbledon and the French Open don't scream night session vibes to me. They just don't. I feel like that's part of they should stand in the beauty of being like more of a European day tournament, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, like I can see that. I understand why they want the night session here. To I mean, it does
TV
generate
broadcasting and
more
all
money
that
for
stuff.
you.
Yeah,
It's more attractive for the US viewer. As you said, yeah, like out here in California, it's a 3 a.m. start, 2 a.m. start even some days.
Oh yeah, wow. If it's 4 a.m. for me, it's 2 a.m. in California. That's crazy.
Yeah, so the night session I think starts like 11 a.m. So that's like for people who are home during the day. I guess that's perfect. Muchova, by the way, easy hold to start the second serve. And Sabalenka starts her service game with a backhand winner, cross court 15 love.
Yeah, it's the last thing I'll say about this is I honestly don't feel like how US viewers intake tennis from a television standpoint is honestly factored much into the equation, other than maybe the US networks and the US tournaments, because everywhere else it's just hard to watch tennis in the US as we both know, with tennis channel coverage it's not a shining light in tennis. It's definitely spotty to watch tennis. So we'll see. I mean, 6 one way, half a dozen the other, I guess.
Great backhand return down the line from Muchova off of the second serve from Sabalenka. Sabalenka could only sort of reach it, and that ball sails long, 15 all. But yeah, I mean, in the US, it's an absolute nightmare to try and watch tennis. I have been very spoiled in the UK with the whole Amazon Prime deal that's now coming to an end, where they basically had both tours, almost all of it. And then for slams, they had the US Open, and then I think it was like Eurosport Player, now Discovery Plus for the slams, which is just like easy compared to 15 different subscriptions, even for like this slam, to try and go NBC, Tennis Channel, Peacock, and you don't know where any of it is at any point. Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare.
You have to literally do research to be a tennis fan.
yeah, like it's not a product served to you in the US at all. 15:30 for Muchova on Sabalenka's first service game in the second set here. And she goes way long with the serve. Second serve here.
Would you consider this an upset if Muchova wins?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That was okay. So she hit a very nice serve that went into the Muchova backhand, but her ground strokes then sailed along from Sabalenka. And yeah, 15:40 break points for Muchova here.
I asked my Twitter audience if Sabalenka dropped that opening set, can she win it in 3? Some said I don't know at this point. Someone said affirmatively yes, and someone said no. Give Muchova her slam.
Well, it's going to get a lot tougher now that Muchova is up a break.
Yeah.
In the second set. My goodness. 2-love and now serving. Sabalenka can still win this match, though. Like, let's not kid ourselves.
And I just remembered she hasn't.
Her out.
You definitely can't. Did she drop the opening set in that Madrid final? Let's look at her. Let's look at her form. Because I know she lost in straight sets at Rome, and she hasn't dropped a set here. So it makes me wonder. Sometimes tennis is so repetition oriented, and if you haven't,
she dropped the second set in the Madrid final.
Gotcha. So maybe if she hasn't been in a position where she has to fight down from a set down, sometimes that is foreign territory in a way. If you haven't done it in some weeks, or at this point, it's probably been a solid month since she's even had to. So.
Yeah, so she lost to Kenin in straight sets after losing the tiebreaker. Last time she got back from a set down was in the Stuttgart. Oh wait, no. Madrid quarters against Mayar Sherif. She went down 2-6 in the first set.
Yes,
and then won 6-2, 6-1 the other two. But
so,
Muchova is much tougher to overcome in that way than Sherif is, even though she goes 15 down on the serve here. And she aces Sabalenka.
Wow. Muchova's won every one of her opening sets of this tournament. So yeah, that could be interesting. Those dynamics are like the subtleties of how tennis matches are won and lost are so interesting to me. So if Sabalenka loses this, it might just be because she hasn't had to come back from a set down in a while. Wow, didn't even consider that.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting wrinkle. And now down set in the break, that is tough to come back from. Great backhand return from Sabalenka, though. She sets up a wonderful forehand that she just slaps right into the baseline cross court. 15-30.
Now I see what the production houses and stuff at ESPN and Tennis Channel do, because like we're giving commentary and color about the match. The actual live match is happening, having to tweet to people. It's just a whole bunch of different moving parts.
Yeah, Muchova approaches to the net. Sabalenka gives her a tough volley to hit, though, and Muchova can't. Hits it wide, and it's 15-40. Sabalenka has an opportunity to break right back here. Yes, tomorrow we will go live for Alcaraz Djokovic. It will be me. It will be Damian. It will be maybe Jamie. So yeah, definitely tune in for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. A huge match. Absolutely.
I'll let you guys have that. I'll let you guys have all the fun in that probably 4-hour, 5-set match. Yeah.
Yeah, I predicted it to go like a good 5 hours at least. When we talked with Damian at the last bowl show.
If it does go just quickly on that match, if it does go 5 sets and it's brutal, huge advantage to the winner of that Zverev and Ruud match for sure.
Yeah. That is, as I said also on that show, I completely agreed. Like that is the only pathway for whoever comes out of that semi to be competitive in the final is just for Djokovic and Alcaraz kill each other there for 6 hours. Like, just whoever comes out of that limping, might have a tougher time against Zverev and Ruud. And Sabalenka takes the second break point, though, with a wonderful forehand cross winner. And yeah, back on serve here in the second set.
Things get interesting. She's a fighter, man. I love to see it.
The plot definitely thickens in this match. You can never count Sabalenka out. Time for a 30-second breather. Sure, let's go to a break. No? Ooh.
That's so cool. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. I have to tweak some of those things in that little intro, but I'm going to use that as my intro for my own YouTube channel, which is picking up steam ever so shortly, or ever so slowly, I should say.
Yeah, I'm going to subscribe right after we're done with this. Let's go.
Thank you. I think I'm at 85 subscribers, so yeah, we're the little engine that could.
Yeah, odds shifted that we're seeing here for Sabalenka Muchova severely. Sabalenka was an overwhelming favorite going into the match. And yeah, now Muchova, the slight favorite here.
Man, I've seen this picture that Tennis Channel was showing a couple different times with Sabalenka. It's so crazy. Like, I mean, I don't think Sabalenka was ever in the category of being unfit as a tennis player, because, like, in order to travel to the world and be a tennis player, you have to be very fit, more than us mere mortals. But in that picture, you can totally see how she's put more definition on, like lean, more cut muscle, and I think that's awesome to be able to like recognize that maybe that will give you an advantage and help your game along. I feel like that's the real cool thing of being a tennis athlete at this level, and having, you know, the option of performance coaches and physios and stuff like that to get you just that little bit of percentage above the rest of your field, you know?
Absolutely. Sabalenka is so far dominant on this service game. 30 love up. And it's 40 love as Muchova misses another return here. So
see how things go so quickly
on this
yeah
service. Yeah, just
things go so quickly. She just starts swinging that racket, and then it's crazy.
There's nothing you can do, really.
Yeah.
Misses the first serve here into the tape.
I wonder what Swiatek and Beatrice Haddad-Mayer are doing right now.
Yeah. Oh, and Sabalenka misses after Muchova hits a defensive forehand slice here. What they're doing, I mean, I assume Swiatek is definitely not watching this in any way.
Yeah, she's probably reading her Kindle.
Headphones on, maybe doing some warm-ups in the gym because they saw that Muchova was a breakup or something. And yeah, most likely the same for Haddad-Mayer. I don't know her pre-match ritual, although I mean, of course, there's been some untidy pre-match rituals with her back previously in her career, which it is kind of insane to come off of a doping suspension when you're like an ITF player pretty much, and then come back and turn into a top 10 player.
Definitely. I think I saw there's a match for whatever reason. And there's a match that sticks out in my head against Haddad-Mayer. I don't quite remember who she was playing, but I know she was playing in Cincinnati. I have to look and see who she was playing. It's a YouTube highlight video a fan did. If you would have told me that player would be on the cusp of being top 10 and in the semifinals of a Grand Slam, I would have probably laughed at you. Not that she was just, you know, garbage. There were no signs that she would eventually be a Grand Slam semifinalist and top 10 player. So it's just interesting how tennis works.
Absolutely. Great rally here that we have at 40-30, and Muchova takes it to deuce from love 40 down. It looked all but done for Sabalenka to wrap up this hold, but she loses the next 3 points. Muchova, great point construction, going inside out with a lovely winner. And now Sabalenka potentially in trouble again. So at deuce, Sabalenka goes to the Muchova forehand.
This service game looked like a breeze for like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, and I think Muchova's defensive forehand sailed long there. The umpire is having a look, and it is out indeed. So it will be the 4th game point for Sabalenka. She takes the advantage.
I haven't even noticed who this umpire is. Is that Eva Azdaraki? Who's that?
Was it? I didn't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I thought that was like a younger umpire. I don't recognize her. I don't think.
Because of what I've been through as a Serena fan, every time I see a woman umpire with a specific ponytail like that, I go to Eva Azdaraki. If you know, you know.
Serves to the Muchova backhand there. Muchova's return sails long, and she gets the hold in the end, even though it was a bit more shaky than maybe we expected. 40 love up. So we're on serve. What's her tipple today? What does tipple mean? Is like what is that?
You asking what her tempo is?
Tipple. John, just put that into. Yeah, well, I'm drinking a Monster.
Oh.
But yeah, keeping myself awake.
I'm so bottom of the barrel when it comes to coffee. If it's frozen or iced, I'll drink it.
I do love an iced coffee. Yeah, that was a blindside for me. You know, 4 years living in the UK, I've not heard tipple before. So there we go. In alcohol terms, it's probably like an English thing, not a Scottish thing. I don't think Scottish people say tipple. It doesn't seem right.
Oh, I do want to try some. I don't know if I've seen this before, but it just came to my mind. Like Bailey's Irish cream and some coffee. That sounds like a good
Oh
time.
yes, me and my friends on a trip once made a lot of like Bailey's hot chocolate, and that ended up. I mean, it was a great night, but it was a
I
rough
can
morning
imagine.
after.
Yeah. That sounds like a good time.
And then from that, we somehow transitioned into like wine. That was a nightmare.
Remember, I think this is a fun thing that people don't talk about in tennis. I think they used to allow players to drink like brandy and stuff on changeovers, like a long time ago in tennis. I think Suzanne Longlong was. I think Suzanne Longlong was notorious for that. I think if I've watched enough tennis channel documentaries.
Yeah, I've not done my like enough research about old timey tennis, but it does sound something they would do. To be fair, like pre-open era or whatever.
Yeah.
Muchova 30 love up in the service game, but Sabalenka gets herself on the board in this fifth game with a backhand winner. Just launching it down the line there. 85 miles an hour. So we're nearing the 90-minute mark in this match. Gerulaitis and McEnroe were both originally partying. Oh yeah, I mean, I imagine every like 70s, 80s tennis, it must have been insane out there. And Muchova responds with an ace 40-15. I will have to catch up on that Suzanne Longlen show.
Can we just give a shout out to the creators of the tennis app that's giving us a live score? I want to talk to them because they have single-handedly kept everyone interested in tennis and kept us up to date with scores, where the rest of the actual tennis power doesn't, I should say.
Sabalenka's return goes long and Muchova holds for 3-2. On serve in the second set. Yeah, I mean, I'm like slightly questioning whether she can fully hold on. I feel like it's been sort of like whenever she's like a tougher moment, she has recovered well from it. So that sort of gives me a bit of belief. But knowing that Sabalenka can just take over at any point, whenever Muchova gives her a slight leeway, concentration turns off a bit, or maybe you start thinking to switch it up, serving into the forehand, I think that's where she can find herself in trouble the most.
I think she's in an interesting position because, at least how I view tennis, it's hard for me to picture a trophy in your hand, especially a big trophy. We're talking WTA 1000, ATP Masters 1000, and up. Obviously, up being a Grand Slam. I can't imagine it in your hand unless you've done it or been on the precipice of doing it. And I feel like Muchova's kind of in that Casper Ruud-ish era where, like, obviously in the conversation and very part of the conversation as to who's going to go deep, but actually winning it, I have to see it to believe it. That, like, I wouldn't predict it. I have to see it to believe it. I'd be pleasantly surprised, but
that's sort of why I felt like that Wimbledon trophy for Rybakina just felt so
random.
Weird. It just felt like it wasn't really happening.
Yeah,
and then she wasn't all that excited. It was like, is this like?
I think her biggest title was biggest title was in Hobart, I believe.
I think so. Yeah,
she had won. I think she had won 2 WTA titles before that. A bunch of finals. Her finals record isn't good, or great at this point. I think she had won Hobart in Budapest. I think somewhere.
That sounds about right. So, Sabalenka starts the game with an ace here. We already see some Brazilian fans in the crowd waiting for Haddad Maia.
That's so cool, by the way. Shout out to South American tennis. I'm here for the South American tennis renaissance.
They have been in the trenches for so long with the women's tennis. I'm glad that they're finally getting something. Sabalenka.
We need more Sabatinis and Paula Suarez's and all of it.
Absolutely. Goes body serve. And yeah, hit the forehand into Muchova's backhand. She hit a defensive slice into the net. 40-love up for Sabalenka. Can she close it out easily? Or will she get maybe troubled a bit here by Muchova?
She could use a quick service game, so she should try her best to close it out here, 40-love up.
And she tried to. She launched off of the +1 forehand inside out, but I think that hit the tape as it sailed long. 40-15 for Sabalenka. Tasmania is amazing. Yeah, that I would love to go to Australia, New Zealand, Tasmania. I think that would be a great trip. I've never been in that part of the world ever. And Sabalenka closes the game out with a backhand down the line winner. 3-3.
Jason Goodall just mentioned the Cato and Puet's mixed doubles final that they ended up winning. Cato,
coming back from a set down against Bianca Andreescu and Michael Venus.
I'm so upset. I'm so upset as an Andreescu fan. I'm so annoyed. Like I do daily picks in a group message with some of my tennis buddies, and that mixed doubles final was part of our daily picks. And Andreescu's just been on my bad side. When I pick her to win, she doesn't win, and when I don't pick her to win, she wins. I hate that. I hate that so much.
Yeah, I mean, she's a wild.
She's unpredictable. She's unpredictable. Like who had Andreescu even being in a mixed doubles final on their bingo card for Roland Garros? Like what?
Yeah, like insane at French of all of the slams as well.
Yeah.
So
I didn't even know she's ever played mixed doubles before. Honestly, I didn't even know.
I'm trying to remember. As Muchova approaches here, first point and wonderful forehand winner. Forehand volley winner on the cross there. Slovakia top of the list. It is a beautiful country to travel. There's so many castles, so many like different like beautiful nature things, so many interesting caves. Like one of the I think like the biggest caves in like Central Europe at least. So yeah, traveling in Slovakia, I think it can be a lot of fun. Bratislava itself, like I feel like it's like a 48-hour city. Like you can pretty much see all of the things in a weekend. But yeah, going around the country, it is definitely beautiful.
I really want to get to Sydney one day. That's on my bucket list.
Oh yeah, that would be wonderful as well. Sabalenka hits a slice, goes into the tape, and just crawls over onto Muchova's side. 15-all. The tape luck has been definitely in Sabalenka's favor so far.
For sure.
Time after time, it feels. Inside out forehand that turns into, oh, that slice sailed wide, and it's 15-30 now on Muchova's serve. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Do you see Andreescu getting back into slam champion form again someday from Ghosty?
I don't know if you guys can tell with my demeanor, but I'm very, very frustrated with Bianca Andreescu at the moment. So my knee-jerk reaction is absolutely not, because she's frustrated me to no end.
I think she can definitely win a double slam if that's something that she wants to do at all.
Seeing her I feel like sometimes it's just as simple as seeing if you can think a player can win 7 matches in a row, then yes, I feel like that puts them on par with being a Grand Slam champion. But I don't think Andreescu's even come close to winning. Like, I think the closest she's come to putting together 5 matches in a row was when she got to the final of the Miami tournament in 2021. I think she must have won 6 matches in a row to get to that final, 5 or 6. And then she got to the final of Bad Homburg, which is probably like 4 matches or something to get to that final. She's just, it's unpredictable. I'd love her game in the mix between Rybakina, Swiatek, and Sabalenka. I would absolutely love her game, but unpredictable. I can't call it. Can't call it one way or the other.
And like the thing is, like she is going to be in those draws still, like even as an unseeded player or whatever. Like having her at that position as like a potential spoiler early for these top players, I think that's still exciting. Can I see her winning a slam in singles? I don't think so. I think that she's going to be stuck with the 130 all on Muchova's serve here, and it's going to be a break point for Sabalenka as Muchova's defensive backhand goes wide. 30-40. Big chance for Sabalenka here.
And I honestly can't think of that many players who go multiple seasons between their first and their second Grand Slam title. Kuznetsova is an odd one that went like there was a 5-year gap or so between hers. I can't think of too many who've like won one, kind of been in the wilderness for a couple of years, and then actually got back to the top and won a Grand Slam. I can't think of too many.
Yeah, Muchova long on the first serve here. Let's see what she does with the second. Goes into the backhand cross, pulls the trigger down the line. Sabalenka gets it well, though. Goes on the line with the forehand. Muchova approaches with the backhand volley winner to take it to deuce. Great point for Muchova.
That was a great backhand up the line that opened up that point.
Yeah, brilliant.
She's so good at redirecting.
Follow it up with that forehand, approach off of it, go for that backhand. Because Sabalenka got back well there to that initial backhand down the line.
Yeah, you know how people often say players' hands are soft. I think Muchova's hands are literally soft. Like I think if I gave her a handshake, her hands would be very soft.
well moisturized.
Like even her fist pumps don't seem hard. Nothing about her game seems hard. Well, that actually is a good contrast because I remember in her very first round, she got that popcorn matchup against Sakari. Perfect example of how tennis can look different on different sides of the net. Muchova's game is easy and smooth, and Sakari's game is anything but that. Her game looks workmanlike and hard and physical. Muchova's game doesn't look like that all the time.
Break point here for Sabalenka's. Muchova's forehand went just ever so slightly out.
Who is that older gentleman with the tattoos? I'm digging him. I don't know if that has any correlation to Muchova's or Sabalenka's box, but he looked very cool.
Misses the first serve narrowly. Tried to go down the tee. Goes into the backhand though. Sabalenka with a great cross return. Puts Muchova in a defensive position and seals the break with a forehand cross court. 4-3 Sabalenka with a break. Sure, yeah, let's take a break.
Great production value here at Talking Tennis.
Amazing production value. As Ghosty says, who's going to submit this one to Can? He should. That's a 9-10 minute standing ovation at the very least. They love standing and clapping out there. Please show the game. We do not show the game here. We just do live commentary for the game. No streams here. Sorry. Sabalenka after dropping that Muchova after dropping that first point goes to 15 all on Sabalenka's serve. And this is a massive game because if Sabalenka goes 5-3 up, I do not see Muchova getting back into this set, unfortunately. Tries to push her back with a slice forehand, and Sabalenka misses off of the forehand side way long, 15-30 for Muchova. So a prime opportunity to keep herself in the second set.
Oh, that looked very wayward, by the way. Like something about the way she walked up to the line, it made me think she was a little bit tired, and that forehand definitely kind of was a larger indicator that she might be a little tired. It's been a physical match so far. Sabalenka's gone corner to corner, which is something that she's gotten better at, but it's still something I'm sure she doesn't love to do. So maybe her legs are feeling it a little bit. And the tension of this whole 2 weeks with all the stuff going on off the court. So yeah, maybe that might be hampering her a little bit. And she's getting louder too. I can hear her in my commentary.
But Muchova goes 15-40 here after a great rally. Sabalenka misses sort of a slice forehand here, and yeah, might she be getting a little bit tired? We'll see. But yeah, very physical match. A lot of serves. Muchova is just lifting those returns so well to try and push Sabalenka back. Either she has to approach with a swing volley, or has to sort of, as she has been doing, step back and try and launch ground strokes from further back over and over again, which can be very tiring, of course. 15-40 here, cross-court rally. Muchova takes it down the line, and Sabalenka misses the forehand way wide. Break back for Muchova, 4-all on serve.
Interesting times on Philippe Chatrier. I wonder what Mary Carrillo's commentary is like right now. I think she's calling this match on NBC.
On NBC, yeah, just because on Tennis Channel I saw Lindsay Davenport and Jason Goodall. But yeah,
love Lindsay Davenport.
Yeah.
You know, if you would have told me Lindsay Davenport would have turned into a great commentator, like, I don't know if I would have believed you. That's a current trend. People making believers out of me in tennis, because there's a lot of things happening that I wouldn't have thought in tennis. But she's a really good commentator to me.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm researching like the 2008 season currently for something that I'm working on. And yeah, I mean, like her like coming back from pregnancy and just dominating whenever she played that season, that was insane. I will try to watch Taxi Driver soon.
I think her second match, I know she came back to tennis post-pregnancy at the end of 2007, and like in her second final she beat Jelena Jankovic, which was crazy. Like, she's a really good tennis player. Doesn't get enough credit for it.
Goodbye, Ghosty. We hope to see you back with us soon.
Later, Ghosty. Do you know what time zone Ghosty's in?
I don't actually know. I think he just sort of exists outside of like the physical realm, which is kind of weird that he has work stuff at 8.
I know, right? Yeah. Oh, if it's 8, yeah, it's 7:56 on the West Coast, so that makes sense.
Oh,
that makes sense. Yeah,
just like me, Ghosty out here in the West Coast. I think that is where Vitas Gerulaitis actually died. Maybe, and I know that it was in the U.S. It was like
I thought it was New York. Actually, I thought it was New York. I
think you might be right, actually. Now that you think about it,
maybe I'm making that up.
Yeah, New York, age 40. So tragic, taken so soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, Muchova 30 love up here, looking solid on the service game so far. Goes into the backhand with the first serve again, +1 forehand winner down the line, 40 love.
Yeah, Muchova being a set in 5-4 up was not necessarily on my bingo card for today's semifinals.
Not 5-4 up yet, as she misses the slice into the net, 40-15. at 4-all. But yeah, 7-6, 5-4, if that's the position Muchova is in, that is a brilliant position for her. Let's see if the nerves come into play here at all for her after dropping that point. Down the tee with the serve. Sabalenka misses it, and she seals the game. 7-6, 5-4 for Muchova.
Wow.
And Sabalenka will have to serve to stay in the match here coming up. My goodness. I mean, what a match we have had here so far.
Yeah.
It is Muchova exposing some weakness, or Sabalenka just having an off day. I think Muchova is sort of exposing the weaknesses. She is basically doing all of the things that you need to do. She is both sort of keeping her back, with like off of returns. She has been serving to her backhand consistently when she has been winning the games. She has thrown in variety when she has had to. She's pulled up some great drop shots, but the movement from Muchova has also been great. The defense to hang in the points. Like, she has done all of the things that you sort of have to do to beat Sabalenka. Sabalenka maybe looks a little bit off after
She does,
nearing 2 hours of just having to launch massive ground strokes over and over again. But yeah, I do hope that we get 3 here, because this definitely is like the quality of match that deserves like a legendary classic, I think.
It would be nice. It'd be nice if both of these semifinals could get instant classic vibes.
Absolutely. I'm doing the second one with John after this. So yeah, double duty here for me with the women's semifinals.
I don't know if you guys are fans of Ben Rothenberg, but he just said Tennis Channel Plus feed currently more than 3 minutes behind the live score. Literally more than 3 minutes.
I think my tennis channel on YouTube TV sort of hovers around like 1 to 2 points behind. But Muchova takes a 15-love lead on the Sabalenka serve. 3 points away from winning this match. Sabalenka goes into the backhand. She goes inside out into the backhand again. Backhand cross. Defensive slice from Muchova, and Sabalenka just launches it cross court with the forehand to make it 15-all. These are the pressure points, and I have a hard time seeing Sabalenka drop serve here in this game and the game coming up. I think we're going to get a second tiebreak here. Sabalenka misses that first serve way long, closer to the baseline than it was to the service line here. Second serve, 15-all, goes into the forehand. Cross-court exchange here. Sabalenka goes into the forehand here down the line, but Muchova responds well and misses the forehand cross-court long, though. 30-15 for Sabalenka.
Things are tight.
Things are tight. Interesting statistic is that Sabalenka has failed to save any of the 3 breakpoints Muchova has, while Muchova has saved 4 of 7. So sort of like high pressure points, if we're talking about that, Muchova has been doing a good job. 40-15 for Sabalenka here. Ace on the tee, 188 kilometers. And we're at 5-all with Muchova serving.
Good times. This is what we want in women's tennis. Good times. Way to close out that match from Way to close out that game from Sabalenka.
Sabalenka gets back to even footing with the winners' unforced errors, 28 of each, with Muchova having 23 winners to 13 unforced errors.
I'm just reading some of the commentary people have about other streams of of the match, and I guess Chris Everett is doing some stuff for Eurosport, which is
okay.
interesting.
Yeah, she is actually. I've seen her earlier in this tournament on that stream.
Jacob, are you a Jack Draper fan?
Am I a Jack Draper fan?
Mhm.
I you know, I'm okay with Jack Draper. I don't know if I'm like a fan.
I only
But yeah,
ask because
he's definitely like an exciting player.
he is, but I feel like he's maybe him and Muchova have something in terms of getting hit with that injury bug, because it looks like he just pulled out of Wimbledon with a shoulder injury.
Oh, that is rough for him. That is rough. Yeah, tough luck
Yeah.
tough break for Jack Draper there. Muchova was dominant in that first point, 15-love, but on the second serve here, she goes into the forehand. Sabalenka cracks it, but Muchova recovers well. They go into a forehand exchange, and Muchova pulls it down the line. Brilliant winner on the line, 30-love for Muchova. She is not holding anything back in this match. When she sees it, she takes it.
As she should.
Wonderful forehand.
This is a really good opportunity, given how this match has played out, for her to get to her first Grand Slam final. She should be trying to take it as much as she can by the horns.
And she absolutely is 30-love here. Goes down the tee, narrowly out there. Second serve. Goes to the backhand again. Slices, keeps that one in. And that was not the time to try and pull the trigger there down the line. Muchova misses that quite badly into the net. 30-15.
Good question from Son. Is Muchova exposing some weakness here, or is Sabalenka just having an off day? I think it's a mixture of both, actually. I think it's a healthy mixture of both.
I sort of answered this a little while ago, but I think just Muchova has been doing all of the different things to try and expose Sabalenka as much as possible, keeping her back with the returns, throwing in the variety when she needs to, being solid on serve. Like, those are all things that you need to do to beat Aryna Sabalenka, and she's been doing them. Sabalenka, I think that she hasn't really been off that much. Like, we have seen maybe some shakiness with those overheads early on.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it is just sort of Muchova trying to grind her down in her own way, and
put away points
this point
can,
with some great point construction, going for the inside out forehand into Sabalenka's backhand, and it yields an error from Sabalenka. 40-15 for Muchova. But yeah, do you feel like Sabalenka is having an off day at all? Because it doesn't look like a Sabalenka off day to me, where she's just like,
I don't think it's Sabalenka at her like hitting on all cylinders. I don't think it's that. I do think that Muchova has been, like we're seeing on the screen here, Muchova has been marginally better. Like, Muchova has just played the tougher, the tighter points a little bit better and with more margin. I feel like every now and again Sabalenka has been giving her a loose point, and all of that combined is what has the score the way it is. Yeah, I've seen Sabalenka's. I've watched almost all of her matches so far this tournament. This is probably the one that she's looked the most shaky, and it's mostly because of her opponent.
Yeah, I actually didn't see any of her first four. Like, I only saw Sabalenka starting against Svitolina, actually.
Yeah,
through some weird schedule quirks for me. But yeah, Muchova seals it with a serve into Sabalenka's forehand that she misses the return on.
They're on trend. They're on trend to kind of replay the scoreline in their first match. The first match they played back in 2019 was 7-5, 7-6. This one is 7-6. Could be potentially 7-5. We'll see. Sabalenka's determined to stay in the tournament when we get back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Sabalenka will hold here. And I think this is going to be a very, very high pressure tiebreak for Muchova to try and manage. But she has been cool through most of these massive moments that we've had in this match. And even when she has slightly dipped, she's been able to bounce back very well. Keeps herself ahead here. Sabalenka serving 5-6 down, serving to stay in the tournament. and they're waiting for, I think, some fans to sit down maybe.
All right, Sab, what you got, Big Sab? What you got?
Big serve into Muchova's forehand. They start a forehand exchange, but Muchova goes down the line. Sabalenka approaches with a forehand. Muchova gets there, lifts it. Sabalenka solid overhead, but Muchova gets it back. Sets up a forehand. Muchova goes down the line. Sabalenka backhand. Oh, what a shot cross court. Muchova gets there though and puts that slice just ever so wide. What a rally to start this game.
There's been some good stuff happening here on this court today.
Really, really great stuff. 15 love Sabalenka. 13 shots in that rally. Yeah. I think second longest maybe of the match so far. Great serve again, out wide. Muchova's backhand return sails long, 30 love, Sabalenka. And yeah, Sabalenka's first serve percentage is 74% here right now, which is great for her. I mean, once if that starts to dip at any point during this match, like that's when she can find herself in trouble. Goes down the line with the forehand, hits the tape, but goes over. We continue the rally. Sabalenka pulls the trigger with a forehand cross-court winner, 40 love.
Her cross-court forehand is one of my favorite things. You know what? I actually think Rybakina's cross-court forehand is a little bit better. But when Sabalenka has a short one, I feel like Rybakina's cross-court forehand and like she can break open a rally that's pretty neutral. But if you give Sabalenka a short cross-court forehand or a short ball, she can really power it home. 97-mile-per-hour forehand cross-court. Yeah, I'll take that every day of the week.
Muchova from a defensive position hit like a great moonball with the slice forehand. Sabalenka hitting an overhead from behind the baseline, and Muchova missed that next shot, and we're going to a second tiebreak here.
Wow,
what a treat!
Tensions are high.
Visits to tiebreak town today.
Already. I love it. Capital of tiebreak town.
This match deserves a third. It sure does. We all deserve to see a third set here, but I think I would be so happy to see Muchova close it out here if she can hold her nerves. Huge
I feel 51-49 about it, actually. Like, I think part of me would love, I mean, this second semifinal actually hasn't happened yet, but it does feel like Swiatek is the favorite in that match.
Oh yeah,
I'd like to see another I'd like to see another Swiatek Sabalenka match, but equally, I think Muchova getting to a Grand Slam final would be cool to see. So let's see what happens in this tiebreak.
Plus, I think Muchova would not be an easy out for Swiatek either in that final. I
just worry about the occasion.
Not like Vondroshova was for Barty back in 2019.
But I worry
first point easily of that tiebreaker with the Sabalenka missed return.
I do worry about Muchova in the moment, though. Like I said before, like you have to kind of be there for me to believe that you can do it. And sometimes the moment and realizing that you've worked so hard for this moment can kind of really cripple a player. So I hope that doesn't happen for Muchova.
Good defensive return from Muchova there, but Sabalenka recovers well, going to the forehand there. Muchova gives her a short ball, and Sabalenka inside-out approach shot with the forehand. Just a wonderful winner. My goodness. 1-1. Yeah, Muchova in the moment previously, I feel like we've seen her falter at points, but I feel like she has just been so cool, calm, and collected in the huge moments in this match that it's tough to say what would happen in that final, but I think that she would hold her own for sure.
I think if Muchova wins this match in this tiebreak, we should try to come up with a nickname for her, because I just saw someone call her Caro, and I feel like to a large extent Caro is taken.
Yeah, the different spelling.
Yeah,
Muchova takes a 2-1 lead there as
Sabalenka dumped that one. Yeah. What about Mucci? No, Mucci doesn't work.
No. I'm trying to think of something. So like the male version of her surname means fly, like a fly that you see flying around on the wall or whatever. Maybe there's something there. This
Oh,
is the first tip here.
is the male surname Mukov? Mukov? No,
It'll be Mucha.
Muka. Okay.
Yeah, I think. Second serve into the backhand. Sabalenka goes aggressive with it. Muchova returns it well though, but misses the cross-court backhand there. 2-all.
Tension.
Absolutely. Unforced errors this set. 4 from Muchova, 14 from Sabalenka.
Wow. Hello, all 37 of you live viewers in the chat.
Great to
Hope
have
you're
you
enjoying
here.
this match. Let us know who you think is going to win the second set.
Goes into the forehand. Sabalenka inside out forehand. The winner, though, takes the lead in this tiebreaker with the mini break.
Her redirection off that backhand is so good. She just massages the ball in the open space, but Sabalenka can overpower it at the same time too. Such a nice contrast in match styles.
Absolutely. Sabalenka here to serve with the mini break, 3-2 up. Goes into the Muchova backhand, and that return sails long. And Sabalenka 4-2 up now, going into the changeover. I think we might be getting that third set here. She tosses the racket on her bag, and she goes straight to the ice box, I think. Takes a sip of a can of something. Anyway.
It's so funny how she can be such like a traditional jockey, I guess, or like a traditional athlete, and then sometimes I watch her and she's like a regular girly girl, you know. It's so I like her personality a lot.
All right, Sabalenka to serve after the changeover, 4-2 up. Goes cross with the cross into Muchova's forehand, and she misses an easier forehand right after that. Muchova taking that mini break back. 4-3 Sabalenka.
Can't give away loose points like that.
Yeah, no, that's one that you would put money on her putting away, and it just sails along sometimes.
It's so funny to me how the lines people can look so unbothered back there. I guess they're trained to do it. Like we're in a very tense match.
Tough one from Muchova. She goes wide with the serve. Sabalenka gets it back with a solid backhand return, but Muchova just misses that one into the net. 5-3 Sabalenka here, 2 points away from taking the second set.
Davenport saying that Muchova should go to the slice right now. What do you think? Think that's a good call?
I think just needs to keep going aggressive into the backhand. Did well with the serve that time and goes inside out forehand into the backhand. Sabalenka had a lot of time there, but still misses that into the tape, the top part of the net there. 5-4 down. Sabalenka now serving forward pretty much.
Let's see what she can do on her serve. Her serve has been kind of feast or famine, so
yeah, needs first serves here for sure. And what a serve that was! 186 kilometers out wide. Muchova misses that backhand return down the line. 6-4 Sabalenka, 2 set points here. 2 hours and 7 minutes in already.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Sabalenka misses the first serve into the net there. And double faults. Goes long on the second serve. 6-5 Sabalenka. Muchova will try and save the second set point on her serve here. Third double fault from Aryna Sabalenka in this match. None from Muchova.
Sometimes I wish I spoke French because I have no idea what the chair umpire is saying right now. Let's see what Muchova can do.
Misses the first serve, was going down the tee into the forehand of Sabalenka. Second serve here. Kicks it into Sabalenka's backhand, but Sabalenka aggressive with it, approaches off of a forehand, lets the overhead bounce, hits the overhead. Muchova had it there and almost had to move out of the way because it was towards her body and misses that into the net. Sabalenka seals the second set.
Wow.
Identical scores going either way. What a match this has been.
Wowzers.
Now Sabalenka will serve to start the deciding set. That is a massive advantage for her.
Wowzers.
Putting Muchova under pressure when it comes down to it. 4-5 down, 5-6 down. If we get that far without breaks, that's a huge advantage to have in a deciding set.
Yeah, hopefully she doesn't sneak in one of those double vaults again.
Love Muchova, but need that Aryna versus Iga again. How do you feel about that? Are you yearning for the Sabalenka-Swiatek final?
Me personally, I am, just because I've realized that there's a cool little parallel happening. If you remember, the 2009 clay court season saw Safina versus Kuznetsova 3 times. Once in Stuttgart with Kuznetsova winning in the final, once in Rome with Safina winning, and then again in the Roland Garros final with Kuznetsova winning. So I think that'd be a cool little parallel again if we can get Aryna and Sabalenka, not Aryna and Sabalenka, Aryna and Iga again in the final.
Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely love for Muchova to get this opportunity to go into the final. Third unseeded Czech finalist in 5 years in Roland Garros after they had just 2 previously in the entire Open era. That is I think quite fun. But yeah, getting that Sabalenka matchup in a slam final would be huge for the sport. Just establishing
Pavlyuchenkova was a low seed. Pavlyuchenkova was a low seed when she made that final in 2021, right?
Yeah. And Krejcikova was unseeded, if I remember correctly. I hope. I've said this like twice now. So
no, Krejcikova was unseeded. She was. I remember that for sure.
Yeah, Jack Draper missing the grass court season is gutting for him. Like not only just like results wise, but like getting to play in front of his home crowd, getting to play the biggest tournament that he grew up watching. It must be absolutely gutting to miss it this way. Yeah, can't get the body right. He has struggled ever since that Australian Open match with Rafa to try and get back at all. Tried it at Indian Wells, tried a bit through the grass, not the grass, the clay. Came back in Monte Carlo, but then took a month break. Played in Lyon, and then retired from the first round against Tomas Martin Echeverry at the French Open. So it's a tough situation for Draper. Of course, he's only 21. So he has many years to bounce back, to get his body right. But it's definitely concerning for him as like the biggest British talent right now. A-class commentary. Thank you very much. If you prefer B-class. Yes, I will drop my commentary game down for the second semi so we can deliver on the B class with John. Just kidding. Let's go. Sabalenka serving to start this deciding set. Do you think we get a third tie break, or do we see a break earlier than that?
I'd be surprised if there's a third tie break. If there's a third tie break, instant classic maybe.
Oh,
instant
absolutely.
classic vibes, yeah.
For me, it already has been a bit of an instant classic, but a competitive third set definitely seals it. Because if Sabalenka just wins 6-1 here, then that's a bit of a bitter note to end on.
Yeah.
Goes out wide into Muchova's forehand, and she misses that return. 15-love Sabalenka.
And if Muchova does win, this will be the first loss Sabalenka's taking at a Grand Slam since the U.S. Open.
Yeah. Sabalenka 30-love up here in the first service game of the third set. To get this holds down easy would be like a massive mental advantage to start as well.
Yep.
Misses that first serve after hitting the tape though. Calendar slam remains alive. Hey, if like that's what I'm saying. Like obviously Swiatek is a massive obstacle in the final, but if she wins the French, it is like it feels so possible and so likely for her to go and win the calendar slam, because like the French was like the biggest obvious obstacle for her.
In Wimbledon, she's going to have advantages all the way around with her serve and aggressive play. Yeah.
As long as she gets into the country, yes. Like at that point, like I said,
yeah,
the UK government becomes her biggest obstacle.
Yeah, that is true. It's very, very true. No one's won the first on the WTA side. No one's won the first two majors of the year since Aryna in 2015. So she'll be in rare air. And I think before that it was 2001 when Jennifer Capriati did it.
Yeah, my birth year. How fun!
You were born in 2001.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh wow, I feel so old right now. It doesn't happen that often, but I do feel old.
I get to feel old now too with like 2006, 2007.
No, you do not. No, you do not. You do not feel old. 2001. So that means you're only a couple years older than like Alcaraz.
Yeah, so I'm 2 years older than Alcaraz. I'm a couple of months older than Swiatek.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Sabalenka 40-15 up after a wonderful drop shot winner off of the forehand side. Sabalenka showing a bit of touch as well. Goes body serve. Muchova hits sort of a funky return, but it worked. Sabalenka approaches. What a lob from Muchova. Sabalenka gets back there, and Muchova closes the point off with a forehand volley cross winner. What a point again. This has been such an incredible match.
Such good defense, too, just from the outset of that serve, fighting off that serve. To block it off.
That has been such an underrated part for Muchova of this. Like the defense for Muchova has been unbelievable as well. And then you add to it all of the variety, all of the power, all of like the so intelligent point construction. That's what has been like that. That's what has troubled Sabalenka here. She's firing on all cylinders today, Muchova. Slices it into this forehand of Sabalenka. She goes cross, and Muchova goes long with the down the line forehand. Sabalenka holds to start the third set. Joint favorite at Wimbledon along with Rybakina, meet them in opposite halves. Yeah, do you feel like Sabalenka goes into Wimbledon as a joint favorite with Rybakina?
If she wins Roland Garros, absolutely. I think her grass court prowess has been pretty good. I know she made the final of the tournament in Nottingham, or maybe the one in the Netherlands, I believe, last year. Sir Huttenbosch. I know she lost to Alexandrova in a grass court 250 final last year. And before that, she's been a Wimbledon semifinalist, and that was actually her first time getting beyond the quarters. I mean, actually, I think that was the first time getting beyond the fourth round of a slam. So, grass is advantageous for her. But I do think I'm not. Grass is just tricky. It's just super tricky. Like sometimes I think the players that like in the more modern years, sometimes the players that I feel like are gaining traction sometimes come up just really with really questionable losses. So she's a strong contender. I put it that way. Very strong contender.
Yeah, and of course beat Rybakina on that semifinal run back in 2021.
Yeah, she sure did. I just looked at that. That was the 4th round match. That was her first time into the second week of a Grand Slam. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and before that, she had just one main draw win there. She lost to Rybarikova in 2019, Buzarnescu in 2018 in 3 sets, and then 2017 at her first Wimbledon, she qualified and beat Muchova to reach the second round. Sabalenka wins the first point of Muchova's service game here. Love 15. Muchova goes into the forehand. Sabalenka punishes her with the return, and Muchova misses the second shot of her second shot of the rally. Love 30 down. Huge chance for Sabalenka to really take charge in this decider. Down the tee, good serve though. Sabalenka lifts it back. Muchova goes inside out. Sabalenka reads it well though, gets the backhand back. Muchova forced to hit a defensive shot. Sabalenka launches a cross-court return winner from that, and it's love 40 on Muchova's serve here.
Wow. Muchova needs to be careful. If Sabalenka's feeling her groove, she can just go away with this entire third set.
That's a runaway train that you really don't know how to stop when Sabalenka gets going like this.
Absolutely. Didn't Sabalenka lose here last year to Camilla Giorgi?
That sounds about right, sort of. Giorgi, 6-4-1-6, love 6.
Yeah, it was a low moment. It was definitely a low moment. So to be here 12 months later with a Grand Slam underneath your belt and another Madrid title, good on her. Good on her for sure.
She was down in the first round to Chloe Paquette as well, losing the first set 6-2. So, I mean, that's insane.
Of all the names I thought I was going to hear today, I didn't think I was going to hear Chloe Paquette.
Yes, Muchova saves the first break point, 15-40 here. Goes down the tee. Sabalenka returns long, 30-40. Yeah, Sabalenka's previous losses before that, though, if you look at them, she lost to Pavlyuchenkova when she went to the final. Lost to Jabeur the year before that, in the weird 2020 year. Lost to Anisimova in 2019. And before that, she lost to Kiki Bertens. So I guess like the Giorgi loss was the first bad one.
Man,
my dog
Kiki
is trying
Bertens.
to get into my room here. 30-40 though, and she misses the serve.
I thought Kiki Bertens was going to be a Roland Garros champion at one point in life.
Well, look, I mean, like, life comes at you quick. She was her peak and her retirement were so close together that it's
yeah.
I mean,
and the pandemic
not quite
in the middle of it
level, but yeah, it's tough to see. And Muchova saves the third break point with a lovely forehand down the line winner and gets us back to deuce here. My goodness, what a way to turn up!
Wow, the way she just kind of covers the ball ever so slightly and allows it to dip in on her down the line shots is so nice.
Yeah, and so close to the baseline as well.
Yeah, she almost, it's not really a half volley, but it almost kind of is in a way. Like she's really good at that.
Early, yeah, she likes to take them early. Deuce tries to go down the tee, but the tape once again takes it out. Second serve. Goes down the line again into Sabalenka's backhand. Going to a backhand exchange. Slices. Sabalenka drops it a bit. And my goodness, what a shot. Muchova hit the backhand down the line after Sabalenka's drop shot. And Sabalenka comes up with a wonderful pass off of the forehand side down the line.
Oh, definitely a great point. Definitely.
Fourth break point in this game for Sabalenka.
I feel like we're teetering
with
on
an ace, to save that fourth break point, and we're back to deuce.
feel like we're teetering on if Sabalenka breaks it, she could run away with it, or we can get real tricky. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because we already saw her being a bit tired in that second set in the late stages. The longer this wears on, it's going to get tougher and tougher for Sabalenka. Muchova goes into the forehand, and Sabalenka could only slice that one and misses it into the net. Advantage Muchova for the first time in this game with a game point. Goes down the tee, and another ace back to back. Well, not quite back to back, but yeah, two massive aces for Muchova to get this hold. Unbelievable. Spoke too soon. Yes, Sean. Yes, you did. Muchova proving you wrong, proving all the doubters wrong at this Roland Garros.
Damn you, cliche. Wow,
this is a huge hope.
Tennis Channel showing this stat. First 14 matches of Sabalenka's career, she was 16-14. In the next 7, she's 32-5. That's really good.
Yeah, I mean the evolution has been incredible for her. Muchova rounds around that second serve onto her forehand. You go into a backhand exchange from the baseline. Muchova slices, that did not come out right at all. That landed way on her side, like didn't even come near the net. I think she was maybe attempting a drop shot, or maybe like a deep slice, but just completely mishit it. Sabalenka 15 love.
Anytime a ball bounces on your side of the net, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to see. Sabalenka misses the first, going for the outside to the backhand there. Kicks the second serve into the backhand again. Muchova lifts it, and Sabalenka sets up the inside-out forehand +1 and just kills it. 30 love. Just smart point construction there from Sabalenka. You know that Muchova has been looping these returns, trying to sort of push you back. If you know that it's coming, why not step around it? Sabalenka misses the first serve here. 194 kilometers an hour. My God. That's like over 120 miles. And Muchova with the return winner down the line off of the second serve. My goodness. Just steps into it.
Wow.
Brilliant return. Brilliant.
One of the best returns I've ever seen her hit, yeah.
30-15. As we... she gets that one. Serve +1 winner down the line this time. Off of the forehand, 40-15 for Sabalenka as we near the 2 hours and 30 minutes. Coming close to it at least. I mean, if you told me that we're going to get a Muchova-Sabalenka match that's most likely going to cross 3 hours, what a treat for us to start the day.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Sabalenka misses that serve long. Second serve at 40-15. Muchova steps in for the second serve, but off of the backhand, Sabalenka kicked it very well. It was too high for her, and she misses it into the net. 2-1 Sabalenka. We're on serve in this deciding set so far. And we'll take a break.
There were some Australian Open final vibes for me today, and I was looking at a couple of comparisons. Australia was 2 hours, 28 minutes. Today was 2:26. I'm sure you weren't aware of that. But I tell you, 4 championship points. Does that sound familiar? And were you thinking of it during that last game?
Actually, yes. I was thinking when I was down with the break in the last game. I was thinking, okay, I did it at the Australia Open, so probably I'll be able to get this win this time again, and it's actually helped me to stay focused and to have this belief in myself. And yeah, definitely this match reminds a lot of Australia Open match.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
Miles is just taking a bathroom break. He'll be back soon as we start the fourth game here with Muchova on serve, and she takes the first point after Sabalenka misses the backhand into the net. 15-love, Muchova. Total points won 92-92. Oh, yeah. This has just been such an even match. Such a great match to watch, really. I mean, I ran out of things to say about it, but just one of the greatest matches that I can remember at a slam off of the women's side. Muchova misses the first serve here, second serve at 15-love. Goes into the backhand kick serve. Sabalenka hits a strong cross-court return. Muchova pulled the trigger down the line, but Sabalenka gets there. We go into a forehand exchange that Muchova tried to take down the line, but mishits that completely. It sails way wide, 15-all. And we do hit that 2 hour and 30-minute mark here. Muchova and Sabalenka. What a contest. Misses the first serve long, was trying to go to Sabalenka's body. Just over 100 miles an hour. Into the tee, into the backhand. Sabalenka gets a forehand though and hits that one long, it seemed. 30-15 for Muchova. And I just feel like the longer this match goes on, the more I sort of trust in Muchova's defense, in Muchova's physicality. We've not really seen her struggle in this match the way that we have seen Sabalenka at some points. Muchova, great serve. Pulls out the drop shot, but Sabalenka gets it. Goes into the lob. Sabalenka overhead and hits that one well, 30-all. Great read from Sabalenka on that drop shot. She was there early and gave herself a great opportunity. Sort of took back the control in that rally after the drop shot. Huge point here for 30-all on Muchova's serve. Down 1-2. Serve goes into the net. She was going for the down the tee serve, but we'll have to come up with a second serve here. Goes down the tee again. Sabalenka runs it around for the forehand though. Backhand, cross court, and long. 40-30 for Muchova. Huge point there. Game point here next for the Czech. That was the 36th Sabalenka unforced error, the double of Muchova's total, which is 18. down the tee, and that was, I think, slightly long. We'll get a second serve here. Second serve kick into Sabalenka's backhand. Muchova goes down the line, pulls out the drop shot here. Sabalenka cannot get there before the double bounce, and she seals the hold 2-all in the deciding set here. We stay on serve, and it will be Sabalenka to serve next. It is tough to call which way this deciding set is going to swing. I still think it could definitely go either way. Feels like Muchova has had more challenges, more questions asked of her on serve compared to Sabalenka, but Sabalenka misses her first serve of the 5th game. Lifts that one. Muchova with the return goes cross. Sabalenka defensive slice forehand. Muchova goes inside out for the winner and takes the first point on Sabalenka's serve in this 5th game, lot 15. Once again, solid point construction for Muchova. Gets onto her forehand and tries to dictate, going side to side. Gets Sabalenka on the move. And then pull the trigger when she feels confident like she did here. Sabalenka responds with a massive serve just slightly out. 187 kilometers an hour, going wide. Kick serve into the backhand. Sabalenka steps into it and hits it into the net. Love 30. What an opportunity for Muchova here to take the first break. I did not see that coming. Sabalenka so solid in those first 2 service games of this 3rd set. Now finds herself in trouble for the first time. Sabalenka goes body serve. Muchova gets it back with a backhand, slices into Sabalenka's backhand. Backhand exchange, and Muchova slice sailing way long on that one. 15-30 for Sabalenka. Sabalenka's serve off of the tape goes wide and long. Second serve here at 15-30. Kick serve into the backhand. Muchova goes cross, gets the inside out forehand, but goes down the line and long. 30-all. Sabalenka misses that first serve at 30-all way long. Let's see where she goes with the second. She's been going mostly kick into the backhand of Muchova, which is the right choice, of course. Goes for it again. Muchova runs around it, goes forehand into forehand. Sabalenka hits it sort of down the middle, and Muchova misses the backhand. 3 straight points for Sabalenka here. Love 30 to 40-30 here. And Muchova now shaking her legs around a bit, grimacing slightly. Maybe not entirely physically happy with this either. 2 hours and 37 minutes in. Sabalenka misses the first serve again. Looking quite frustrated with it. And a double fault from Sabalenka to take us back to deuce. 4th double fault from Sabalenka. shaking her shoulders, rolling her head around. Yeah, worst possible moment. Loses that momentum that she had coming from love 30 down. And now we're at deuce. Sabalenka gets a first serve into the Muchova forehand. She goes forehand +1 winner cross court. That's exactly what Sabalenka needed. Advantage Sabalenka. First serve into Muchova's forehand, gets that one as well. Muchova defending, but the forehand down the line goes long, and Sabalenka takes this game. Huge hold from left 30 down to go up 3-2. And Muchova will be on serve next.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Thank you for that from John. We have Muchova here serving down 2-3 in the deciding set. First serve, she goes wide into Sabalenka's forehand, sets up an inside-out forehand that goes ever so wide. La 15. Welcome back, Miles.
Thank you. I had to switch up the momentum like Tsitsipas.
Yes, you missed Muchova's best chance so far for a break. Love 30 down. Sabalenka won 3 straight points, double faulted at 40-30, but got back from deuce to win the game.
At the 2-all game?
2-all, yeah. Muchova now going into the backhand, goes backhand on the line. Backhand cross here.
When was the last time we've had a 3-hour women's semifinal at a major? I feel like Tennis Abstract or somebody would have that information.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get it on Twitter if we get that mark. 15-all as Sabalenka's backhand went long there in the exchange. Muchova catches that toss. She'll go again.
Davenport making some commentary. She's noticing Muchova just getting a little bit weary in the legs, possibly.
Yeah, that was something that we saw in that last game where she was a bit, shaking her legs around, grimacing slightly. So it's getting tough out here for both players. Like you don't play matches this long usually. Muchova though goes up to 30-15. Really needs a hold here.
I feel for the people that's not watching this or that aren't watching this live in real time, because the French Open YouTube channel will never upload the full thing. So, and if they do, it'll be like 5 years from now, so it won't really matter.
Sabalenka pushes that forehand into Muchova's forehand, and she cannot handle it. It flies up and out. 30-all. another chance for Sabalenka here, 2 points away from a potential break. And if she breaks here, 3 games away, that's tough to try and then reverse. Seems to be taking sort of longer between serves here.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
Taking some more breaths before going for it. 30 all though. And she comes up with an ace. Of course she does. I mean, that Muchova serve has been unbelievable. 40-30. Catches the toss again. Goes into the forehand. Sabalenka punishes her with a great return, sets up for the winner, and she goes for it. Deuce here. Just cannot give Sabalenka an easy look off of the forehand return. Punishing every time.
Sabalenka's put away power is great. It's just magnificent.
Like the redirect to go down the line off of that forehand return was brilliant as well. That is not easy to do when you're trying to impart that much power onto it, especially. She goes backhand here, goes for that one as well, and kills it. Yeah, Muchova not coming forward as much. She has been a bit more passive, trying to defend more in these rallies, and she goes down a break point. But to be fair, Sabalenka has really not given her that many opportunities here in this third set to try and attack.
She's hitting lasers.
Yeah, this time even off of the backhand side, she goes for that return more than she usually does, and it pays dividends.
This came to my head. I wonder if there's so many players on the tour that endorse that Wilson blade. I wonder if Sabalenka is like one more Grand Slam away from being the face on the placard when you get a new blade. I could see it, especially the 1820 that she endorses.
Muchova slightly out with the first serve there. She goes kick into the backhand, cross court from Sabalenka. Sabalenka sort of reaching for that one there. Muchova goes down the line with the forehand and she misses it. Sabalenka with the break. 4-2 up and about to serve. Oh my goodness. From a game where Muchova had a game point, so disappointing. As far as the Wilson blade though, yeah, I mean she might be. I'm trying to think of who else plays the
It's her and Tsitsipas. I mean, on the men's side, who has the notoriety on the tennis court and I know this person's face if you see them at your local tennis shop. I guess it's her and Tsitsipas, I guess, as far as top ranked player.
Famously, Federer absolutely hated the Wilson blade when he tried to switch up the rackets. Had that weird match where he I don't know if he lost it in the end, but I saw him struggle against Federico Del Bonis in years ago now. But they basically tried to they were going to discontinue the racket that he was making. So they tried to switch him to a different one to promote it, but it was too heavy. He hated it. 15 love up for Sabalenka, and Muchova does not look happy.
Yeah, bailout drop shot. Looks like she's she's limping. She's grabbing her hip a little bit. Oh man. Oh,
not good.
It's not how you want to end. I mean, it's a physical battle, man. It's a physical battle.
Yeah, but Sabalenka goes wide with the serve. Muchova gets it back well, and she misses the inside out forehand or inside in forehand here, trying to go down the line. 15 all. Yeah, and you do have to wonder if the physical limitations that the Muchova is experiencing right now are the reason why she's not coming forward as much.
Mm-hmm. So interesting how players find going north and south different from east and west on the tennis court, and what takes more energy out of you.
Yeah. 15 all. Muchova runs around it into her forehand. Sabalenka tries to launch with an inside-out forehand here, but goes wide. 15-30, and Muchova might might have some chance here still. You have to say, though, if Iga Swiatek was watching this, she must be so happy to see these two go 3 hours plus. Of course, we don't know how Haddad Maia is going to challenge her. I think that's going to be an interesting challenge, but I think confidently say that Swiatek is going to play a shorter match here than these two. Sabalenka's serve +1 goes cross court with the forehand 30 all. Just so reliable, that shot for her. When she can come in, pull the trigger, it is near unstoppable. $30 all, big point here. She goes into the forehand of Muchova, hits the tape. Muchova gets to run around that into her forehand. Goes into the backhand of Sabalenka, but she recovers well. Now Sabalenka gets to dictate with her forehand, hits the tape again. Muchova hits the tape this time. Sabalenka goes cross. Muchova down the line. Sabalenka gets there. Muchova chasing that one down. Goodness. And Sabalenka with the cross-court backhand winner to go 40-30 up. What a rally. 3 times the ball has hit the tape in this rally.
Rally of the match?
One of them. Top 3, top 4 for me, for sure, from this match.
Yeah, for sure.
Muchova chasing that one down. Brilliant. But Sabalenka just coming in, hitting that angle on the backhand. That's not a gettable shot for anybody.
Sabalenka just seems more determined and
ace,
stable.
Ace to take it 5-2 up. And it's so tough to see a way back for Muchova now. But she has put up such an incredible fight. Truly. Sabalenka dug deep like a true champion, says Jeff. Yeah, you have to say, like, she's also probably not doing the best physically at this point, but just keeps hitting her shots, keeps going. It's just relentless playing Aryna Sabalenka in this form. But yeah, if Sabalenka closes it out here in the next 2 games, how do you think that bodes for her potential matchup against Swiatek in the final?
I think a good 24 hours between the semifinal, especially with her getting on and off the court first, bodes well for her. But we just have to kind of see how the Haddad Maia and Swiatek match shapes up. If Swiatek goes out there and beats her 11-1 or something like that, which I don't necessarily foresee happening in that semifinal, it'll definitely feel like a Swiatek match to win. So
yeah,
we'll
I mean, like just purely time on court, it is hard to see Haddad Maia overcoming that. I mean, she has had to come back after that first round against Tatiana Mereya, where she blew her off the court 11-1. She's dropped a set in every single match, including a 3-hour 50-minute match with Soribes Stormo. I mean, to come back from a set down against Ons Jabeur, I think it just may be a round too far for Haddad Maia, and I think we'll see a much more speedy second semifinal. But this has been a treat. Muchova serving in the match. Serving to stay in the match, sorry. Goes down the tee and misses the forehand. After that, she's looking at the mark. I think she maybe felt that it was out, but still have to keep your focus in those moments. And it was kind of a dead ball that she couldn't really get fully started the way that she wanted. Love 15. Sean coming back with his one-sided set comment from earlier. We'll see. It's not that yet. And I think, like, you know, if it is 6-3 is not one-sided. Although it's looking tough for Muchova here as she misses again into the net. Love 30 down. Sabalenka now 2 points away from being the first Roland Garros finalist here. Two hours and 52 minutes here. The crowd applauding. Muchova waiting. Almost maybe giving her some more time between the points. Muchova goes into the back and again tries to run around that return, but doesn't need to as it sails long from Sabalenka. 15-30. Muchova with a big serve, but misses it just a bit too long. Second serve here at 15:30.
Do or die for Muchova right now.
This is the moment, absolutely. Goes kick into the backhand. Sabalenka drops it, and Muchova approaches with the forehand winner down the line, 30 all. She's not done yet. It's not over till it's over. Sabalenka will have to put her away here. Muchova is not going to make this simple. And it's the match point for Sabalenka, 30-40. Two hours and 54 minutes.
Never thought I'd see the day Sabalenka was on the precipice of getting to a French Open final.
Me neither. Trust me. It's just, yeah, that power, it is just so awesome that it is like even on this surface, even with such great defense, just near impossible to overcome. Muchova serve into the Sabalenka backhand inside out, forehand winner for Muchova to get it back to deuce. Sabalenka 23 or Iga 22, which one was better? It's tough to say. What do you think?
As far as seasons,
I
like
thought we were talking like
season?
French Open runs, I think.
or
maybe seasons. I don't know. That's just how I understood it, was like these runs.
I think if it were me in the shoes of like a tennis player, I'll take Swiatek's run to the semifinals so far any day of the week. Outside of maybe the retirement, like everything else has been near perfect, you know. So
seasons. Okay, so we're talking the Sabalenka 2023 season.
It's pretty hard. Like if we're just going for the first half of the season between Sabalenka's 2023 and Swiatek's 2022, it's still hard to not choose Swiatek, because I mean the 37 match win streak for the first 6 months of the year, like, you know, Sabalenka's had a great first season, but it hasn't been 37 wins in a row.
Muchova here with the advantage after Sabalenka missed a backhand into the net. Chance to extend this match by at least a game. Muchova misses the first serve into the net. Goes into the backhand, strong return from Sabalenka, who on the approach shot, though, goes forehand cross and misses wide. So Muchova takes it down to 3-5. Sabalenka will serve for the match next.
Good stance from Muchova here, because she could have easily folded and kind of gave Sabalenka a break to close out the match.
Two +1 misses to start the game. That is not a good way to start it off, and really battled and got back in here. Jamie off to Surbiton tomorrow for more Andy Murray coverage. That's exciting. And yes, we will bring you both of the men's semis, featuring me as well for Alcaraz Djokovic. Cannot wait.
You're having a hell of a weekend.
Muchova down the line, a winner off of the serve, love 15. Yes, me and Damian on that match. We had very different opinions. Damian thinks that Alcaraz is pretty much going to sweep him up in 4. I say Djokovic in 5. I just can't count him out until I see it. Muchova, with the slice off of the backhand, it was a little bit slow, not the paciest one, and it doesn't make it over the net. It hits the tape and stays on her side. 15 all, and she's struggling here with the legs, maybe some cramp in the thighs. Sabalenka down the tee. Muchova returns well and misses that return, that +1, from Sabalenka into the net off of the backhand side. Muchova holding her holding her right thigh, trying to stretch it out, shake it out, whatever she can. 2 points away from a potential break here. She has been in that position so many times during this deciding set. Not been able to, I think, even get break points, really. Sabalenka gives her them, though, going along with the backhand. 15-40 for Muchova to try and get back into this deciding set. Who would have seen this coming? My goodness.
That was an easy backhand miss for Sabalenka, too. Wonder what's going on through her head.
Yeah. Just that this feels like her missing because of pressure. Sabalenka misses that first serve slightly wide. She was going down the tee. Second serve here. Goes into the Muchova forehand. She gets it back cross court, and Sabalenka misses once again. Tries to redirect with the backhand to go cross court. And it's 5-4 for Sabalenka. Muchova back on serve. She didn't put her away. And now here we are. Indeed. My goodness. Who would have seen this coming? Muchova looking down and out. 2-5 down. Wow. What a match this is. So what do you think we're seeing next here? Are we seeing Muchova hold and we're going to go deep here? Or is Sabalenka going to recover?
I think Sabalenka can break. I think Sabalenka can get it together on this change of ends and break. I think.
It's tough. Yeah. Muchova 66% first serve percentage in this third set. Only 48% of first serve points won, 73% of second points won, which is sort of unusual. Maybe just those sort of topspin serves lifting it up for Sabalenka. It doesn't sound like it should be working because it gives Sabalenka more opportunities to go for it. But if she's missing like this, maybe that's not that bad of a tactic.
Yeah.
Try to sort of slow her down, give her balls. Let's just do another tiebreak. I'd love for us to do another tiebreak here. That would be great. That would really, really solidify this as like
instant classic.
Even though I think we're already here with this point in this match.
Because I can't think of another competitive
3-hour mark.
I can't think of another competitive women's semifinal. Can you think of any other like recent? I mean, Sabalenka and Swiatek US Open semifinal was competitive, but it didn't have instant classic vibes. I guess I don't know.
Not to this extent. Muchova gets the first point, 15-love after Sabalenka misses the return.
This would be crazy if Muchova can bring it back to 5-all as she's actively like cramping and tightening up on the court in her legs.
Yeah, you can see her thigh like
she can barely bend it. She can barely. This would be useful if Sabalenka had a gear in her game where she can kind of just get the ball
serve
in neutrally.
And volley from Muchova. She goes wide for the serve. Approaches 30-love.
Wow,
what a player!
That's crazy.
And Sabalenka, I mean, she has to flash back to that 5-2 serving for the match. Absolutely, just. I mean, it almost looked like she got the yips off of her ground strokes, like just trying to pull the trigger and it not happening for her at all. Love goes down the tee, yet another first serve. Comes up with the drop shot. Sabalenka chases it down, gets it in. But Muchova with the winner down the line for 40-love.
Wow.
What a match. What a match between these two incredible competitors. Wow. I think that ball kid behind Muchova there is the shortest child with a mustache that I've ever seen. Saying this right?
I see you talking about. Yeah, that's funny. That's crazy. Back to 5-all potentially.
For 40-love here for Muchova, you have to think that she takes one of these. And once again, getting back to the aggressive state of mind, just really attacking. Obviously, the first serves have been a huge help as she goes for a second serve here this time, missing the first. Second serve into the backhand. Sabalenka misses the return. She tried to go for it. Cross-court backhand. 5-all. Wow. I mean, wow. Right. How much trust do you have in Sabalenka holding here? Muchova trying to stretch out right now while she waits for it to receive the serve. What happens next? Muchova won 11 of the last 12 points. My goodness.
That's crazy because it just looked like Sabalenka was just going to put 2 feet over the finish line. That's insane.
Switches rackets here. Muchova does. Right as Sabalenka was about to start serving. Probably maybe forgot. Maybe it's a bit of a, slight tactic to sort of wait. But yeah, we don't see inside her head. We cannot tell. Sabalenka serving here. First serve wide as she tried to sort of go for more of a kick serve. Just 100 miles an hour. Goes for that similar serve again. Muchova slices down the middle. Sabalenka approaches and misses.
Does it feel like she's crumbling?
Somewhat. She's saying that she popped a string or something. I can't tell. She's like pointing at her racket. She's running up now. Where is she running off to? Oh, to her coach's box, giving her a replacement racket. That's kind of weird. Maybe she like requested like a different tension or something as she was getting more tired. Maybe she wants like a looser string to help her get more power. That's the only thing I can think of here, but you would assume that you have different tension rackets already in your bag coming into this. So with this new racket, she gets the first serve in. Muchova misses the return, and we're at 15-all.
Let's see if that new racket can give her a little extra pop to get over the line. But then she has to hold and break again. Like that missed opportunity to not close out the match when up 5-2 is just not good. That's not good.
Yeah, to especially lose that service game in that manner, as she misses the first serve here.
To a player who's struggling.
Yeah, physically for sure. Spins it in. Muchova goes aggressive off of the return. Stays near the baseline. Sabalenka approaches and hits the winner this time. 30-15. I do appreciate Muchova, though, staying aggressive. Clearly, she feels that she cannot play the defense that she was playing at some points during this match. So it is probably the only chase that she has. But yeah, she's not giving up. She's hanging in there. Long serve from Sabalenka up to 30-15. We'll get a second serve now. Sabalenka's first serve percentage down to 50% in this deciding set.
Wow.
Second serve into the backhand, and that sails long, 40-15 for Sabalenka. And that will be a huge hold to stop the bleeding here from 5-2 up, to then go back to 5-all.
Jeff is saying, let's just do another tiebreak. Why not?
Let's do it. I'm here for it. Sabalenka misses the first serve again. And the double fault, way out on that second serve, going for the kick, 40-30 here. And it just does feel like, is this nerves from Sabalenka? Like when she feels like she's nearing the conclusion of winning this match.
I do like her body.
Long again.
I like her body language in between that double fault, though.
Yeah,
kind of like right back to business.
She just gets on with it right away, goes for it. And a second double fault in a row to lose those 2 game points that we're at deuce here. Oh my God. The old Aryna is coming back to the phone right now. 6 double faults in this match. and 2 in this game. Deuce.
It's like she realizes where she is in real time.
Right before serving, she sort of turned around, went back on the deuce here.
Everyone's stressed in the audience.
That was a let, I believe. We'll see the first serve again. Spins that one in. Goes long with the backhand down the line, and it's a break point.
Sabalenka, what are you doing?
This is unbelievable. This could be a collapse that like we haven't seen in a while.
3 straight gimme points.
Yeah, 2 double faults and then an easy backhand going long.
It's weird because she doesn't look stressed, but her the production of her game is totally falling apart in the past 4 games. It's crazy.
Huge first serve there, but she barely spins that one in as it landed on the line. Muchova approaches with a winner and she breaks. She's serving for the match from 2-5 down. Karolina Muchova sits down at 6-5 and she's going to go and try to serve out this match here. Oh my God. Nobody could have seen this coming. Muchova down 2-5, cramping, walking around, grimacing. How is she back here, Miles? Like how has she done this?
It's the match of the WTA so far of the year. I can't understand how Sabalenka has just. I mean, I want to say she's capitulated because I like saying that word, but I can't understand how she's let such a dominant lead in this third set slip. I just really can't.
Still, I can't count her out on this service game for Muchova. I think that we could see our third tiebreak here. And
that'll be a 10-point tiebreak.
Such credit for Muchova getting back into this match. Of course, she's been helped out massively with Sabalenka basically blowing away her chance to serve out the match with error after error, and now 40-15 up at 5-all. 2 double faults to take it back to deuce, and just gave Muchova the look to get back into it. Failed to put her away.
If she loses this, she'll be kicking herself. That's for sure.
Absolutely. That's a devastating loss, losing the last 5 games in a row. Muchova serving for the match here. Let's see what she can do. 3 hours and 10 minutes in. First serve goes wide. We'll see a second one.
Somebody said Muchova may still win this semifinal, and she may also need to be wheeled off the court like Kiki Bertens in 2020.
Yes, and she takes the first point, 3 points away from Muchova, as Sabalenka misses a backhand into the net. This is basically season 8 of Game of Thrones. Muchova is Jon Snow's blade, says Ghosty, who has come back to life here after a couple of after an hour or so away. Yeah, I mean, from the perspective of Sabalenka, absolutely. Muchova, good first serve. Sabalenka's return goes long. 30-love. 2 points away for Karolina Muchova.
This is insane.
I cannot believe what I'm watching. This is wild. It's just something in the water here for these unseeded Czechs recently. It's wild. 30-love. Muchova serving. Goes down the tee, sets up the forehand, goes into Sabalenka's forehand, takes it down the line. Sabalenka gets it back. Drop shot. Sabalenka gets it, but cannot get it over the net. 40-love, 3 match points for Karolina Muchova here. This is...
I'm stunned. I'm so stunned. Muchova down 2-5 in this third set just did not feel like she was going to get both of her legs into a Grand Slam final for the first time. And now she's literally 3 points away. I mean, 1 point away, excuse me. I cannot believe this. I can't remember last time.
The first serve?
I can't remember last time anything like this has happened. Wow.
This is all mental, right? It just feels like a ghosty. Yeah, it just feels like a complete Sabalenka collapse. All the credit for Muchova, though, for taking advantage of it, not letting her get rhythm and stuff. Muchova down the line. Sabalenka gets there, but misses it wide. And Karolina Muchova has done it. 7-6, 6-7, 7-5. 3 hours and 17 minutes.
It's
Each
like
set
Sabalenka
lasting
just
over an hour individually. This is a certified classic.
It's like Sabalenka just checked out of that final game. I can't understand it.
Yeah, final game. She never got into it. The serving for the match that she had, just going completely wrong, missing it almost every ground stroke that she hit, and then those two double faults, 40-15 up at 5-all. Those were the key matches where we just saw Aryna Sabalenka entirely crumble here against a cramping, struggling Muchova who, was trying to run and play defense, saw her legs falling apart, got aggressive, started attacking, started sticking around near the baseline. She is currently crying into a towel, I think, and she has absolutely earned this. My goodness. And I just hope that she can give a good showing of herself in the final. I hope that she can.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Because this was an absolutely
that's an effort.
Behemoth of a match. She will be up to number 16 now after this tournament is over. Could still finish in the top 10, kicking out Beatriz Haddad-Maia if Haddad-Maia loses and Muchova wins the title. She would be the world number 10. My goodness, but what an effort from Karolina Muchova here.
I just did not see that coming. I thought we were going to be, bumping fist at the net with Sabalenka, taking it out 5-3, 5-4 at
20
the
minutes
most.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just so fast the way she fell apart. So fast.
It happened so quick.
She won't, no disrespect, but Iga will take her down in straight sets ghosty. Yeah, it's tough to see Muchova bouncing back physically, but hey, I mean, she's going to give an amazing effort. She's going to all the stops.
Sabalenka did have a match point at 5-2.
Yeah,
I don't think I realized she had a match point. Wow, that's not good. It's not good at all.
Yeah, and so Sabalenka will now not be the world number 1 unless Beatriz Haddad-Maia can pull out some miracle and take out Iga Świątek here in the semis.
Well, I actually don't think that's how Świątek would lose number 1, because I think Sabalenka has to outperform Świątek. So if Świątek loses at the semifinal rank 2,
no, so it's the other way around. So Świątek has to outperform Sabalenka. So currently Sabalenka is above her. Świątek basically has to finish 1 better.
But even if they make the same round, that's still not considered. That's not outperforming.
No. So if they make the same round, it's Sabalenka number 1. Muchova, I don't really know what happened. Unbelievable atmosphere. I kept fighting. I don't know what happened. Yeah, we don't know what happened either.
Me either. Yeah, we watched it.
What an all-time performance we have seen here from Karolina Muchova. It is just so amazing.
What do we say, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have run out of superlatives about this match. But
the one thing that must have been the one thing that might have been playing in Muchova's head, I don't know if she even had time to think about it, but that win makes her 5-0 against top 3 players now.
Woo. Yeah, I mean, it shows you that she shows up for these massive occasions, and yeah, I don't think that she will be an easy out for Świątek if they meet in the final.
If she can show physically. Yeah, if she can have her legs underneath her physically, whoever she plays in that final, it should be a good match. I hope it's not a clunker. I really hope it's not. But yeah, either way, I mean, if you're Muchova, you got to take away this Roland Garros 2023 being the best tournament of your career. So good for her.
Will we remember this as a Muchova performance or a Sabalenka collapse? I hope that it's remembered as a Muchova performance, because it really was so impressive that she was able to hang in. But that performance doesn't happen. That comeback doesn't happen without Sabalenka absolutely collapsing.
Yeah,
In
agreed.
those final games, like, yeah, it's a bit of both, of course. Yeah, I do slightly fear that with this semifinal being so incredible, with now also having Alcaraz Djokovic tomorrow, I do fear a little bit that we're going to get our best matches in the semis, and the finals might be slightly duds. But here's hoping that we still get a decent showing in the final from all the players.
One of my friends just sent me a text and said, honestly, that was all Sabalenka losing instead of Muchova winning. She completely self-imploded from match point on, double faults and unforced errors everywhere. I mean, hey.
It's it's partially that. I do think that Muchova switching up the tactics and going more aggressive, Sabalenka could have maybe gotten back into it if she gets more rhythm and stuff like that. Muchova did a great job of taking that away and sort of taking her chances and exposing Sabalenka once she was unable to make any of her shots in at all.
My mind is just blown.
Yeah, I can't believe this has happened here. What a match. What a match.
A good one, though. A good call, too. Enjoy doing this with you.
Yeah, this has been great. Thanks so much.
Maybe
John,
this is the beginning of something great, because this is our first time doing one together. So if we get a 3-hour women's semifinal battle, that must be a good omen of things to come.
Absolutely, yeah. I hope we get to do this again. I don't think I've had any repeat commentary partners yet. So yeah, this has been great.
For sure.
As I see like the 15th ad for these hearing aids on the tennis channel, they know their audience.
They have a very interesting audience. If you judge just by their commercials, they have a very interesting audience for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like I assume it's partially because they're owned by Sinclair and they own like all of the local news channels, which like only the elderly watch that. So I guess that sort of inspires the partnerships that they have as far as their advertising partners, especially with them being kind of a toxic group as a whole. But join me and John in 15 minutes for Iga Świątek against Beatriz Adalmaja. This has been great. A great time.
Have fun. I gotta get out of here. I will keep an eye on the score of that match, and best of luck to the winner in the final against Muchova.
Yeah, against Karolina Muchova, coming back from 2-5 down, 3 hours 13 minutes.
First time Grand Slam finalist. Good for her. Alrighty, guys, I'm out. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Peace.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one, so I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on this surface, but I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some, like, defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one, so I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on this surface, but I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some, like, defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.